Hey,
was out of it. He was way too heavy to carry.
cooking with corn!
Right.
72 tasty recipes.
So handsome.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner.
Hi.
What can I get you today?
Could I have some corn? Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Alan Wake Remastered. Where, I think we're on Chapter 3. What do you want, phone? Leave me alone. Thank you. No previews. No scouting previews. Okay. Alright, I don't know how many episodes there are, but it seems like I can bang out about 2 episodes a night, so, you know, there's probably 5 episodes, so it'll cut it off really weird. And I guess I could look. Oh. There's one more episode. Okay, short game. Got it. Well, that's good, because I started late anyway. I don't know what these specials are, though.
Previously on Alan Wake.
We'll watch it previously.
Alice has been kidnapped.
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
I can't tell anyone except my agent Barry.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her. You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head.
The ransom is a manuscript I supposedly wrote that's coming true before my eyes.
It happened just the way it was on that page. So dark.
I have found only a few scattered pages.
I want the entire manuscript.
The deadline is in 2 days.
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Good girl.
So this is the climax? Or will it only show me episodes I've already played?
I don't know. She's resourceful. I told you were too hard on her. Listen, I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was digging around.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI.
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
Okay, I'll be right over, Sheriff.
Mr. Wake, you've murdered over
Let's
400
make this
people.
quick, huh?
Help you folks? Name's Randolph.
Hi, Randolph.
I'm the manager.
We're looking for Rose. Works as a waitress down at the diner.
Rose, sure. Nice girl. Who wants to know?
Me.
I'm Alan Wake.
The writer, huh? I heard on the radio you were visiting. Well, I'll show you her trailer.
Alright,
That Rose,
well,
she's a nice girl. Always
the
pays her
speed
rent
he
on time.
walks, I have time to look
As I
around.
was saying, Al, I found all sorts of weird stuff from the local newspaper's archives. This place is crazy.
I forgot the
Disappearances,
weird camera angle.
mysterious deaths, urban legends come true, and get this, most of this stuff takes place around Cauldron Lake.
Well, you ain't wrong, mister. The Indians thought the lake was a doorway to the underworld. I'm the God-fearing type myself. I don't hold with that sort of thing.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, okay.
You only believe in one mystic?
There was an island there owned by a guy called Thomas Zane. Now, some of the articles I found about him make him out to be a famous writer, but I ran a bunch of searches, couldn't find a
Can we get this
single
guy a mobility scooter or something?
Zane was heavily into diving, so much so that the place came to be called Diver's Isle. But the volcano under the lake erupted in 1970, and Zane went down with the island.
I wasn't making fun of him. I think there's a dog in there. I just would like him to move a little faster.
Come on, mister. I'll take you to Rose's trailer.
Can you just point me in the direction? This isn't a large trailer park. Alright, keep going. I guess. But what if I want a dog? It says it's open. Granny's Claws Clam Chowder. Okay. Salad with chicken? Salad with chicken? I don't know. Hey, are you Randy? You're Randolph. You own this here establishment? You think you could open it up, get me a crispy chicken? I noticed that the sign says dogs, but you have a lot of chicken on the menu.
It gets better. A local girl, Barbara Jagger,
Okay,
drowned
Barry.
in Cauldron Lake just a week earlier. They were lovers.
Sure, Jagger's a local spook story. The Scratching Hag comes for you in the dark. Childish stuff like that.
Why?
Anyway,
We going through somebody's
I'm just getting
backyard?
To the best part. All of the articles about this stuff were written by Cynthia Weaver. I asked around, and she's that crazy bag lady you met.
What, the lamp lady? She can be a little loopy, but she's not homeless or anything.
Yeah, anyway, she knew
This
both
is a
Jagger and
dumpster,
Zane
Randy.
before they both died, and she had some kind of a breakdown.
Randy, this is a this is a dumpster. Okay. Is that Rose's trailer up there? I can get there. You can go on back.
Well, mister, this here's Rose's trailer.
Thanks, man.
You mind me asking what you want with her?
No.
We're just here to talk to her, pal.
Barry, calm down. Phone. Are you saying Randy lives in a dumpster?
Welcome to. Oh dear, Mr. Wake. I'm so glad you're here.
Rose, you have my manuscript?
Don't clip it.
Oh yes. Yes. Please come in.
You don't notice anything wrong with her, Alan? Alan.
Hey, this is really good.
Oh my God, Alan.
Rose,
Yes,
my manuscript. I really need it.
I understand. I know what you need. A muse to inspire you.
Oh, for Barry. She doesn't have anything.
Yeah, hey, Al? Al, what's... Oh...
These guys are dumb.
Barry! What?
There's clearly something wrong with her.
It's coming for you, hiding in my barber's skin. I'm too weak to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
Wait, who's Barbara?
I promised I'd
Oh.
come visit you and your lovely wife. You must finish what you started.
Are you Barbara?
I insist.
You must turn the lights on. Turn the light on.
Back to work, boy.
Huh.
I felt nauseous, hungover. Only anger kept me going.
I can't tell reality from dream anymore, but it seems I have an imaginary editor to help me. She's an old woman in a funeral dress. I call her Barbara Jagger. She's very strict.
Jagger?
I'm writing faster and faster. My manuscript is being heavily revised. The edits are getting very aggressive, and each day there's less of me and more of her. I hate it, but I know she's right. She promises me I can save Alice this way. She knows more of this than I do. About the complex incantation I'm attempting. About this place. She's
Are
worked with
those
another writer under similar circumstances.
supposed to be me?
The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I'm getting close. I can feel it.
The genre's shifting between my toes.
Rose took a day from me.
Oh, Barry's
I had
dead.
less than 12 hours left to meet the kidnapper. All I could do was get Barry into the car, work something out once I got on the road.
Hey,
Barry was out of it. He was way too heavy to carry.
Cooking with corn!
Right.
72 tasty recipes.
So handsome.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner.
Hi.
What can I get you today?
Could I have some corn?
I couldn't work up much hate for Rose. Something had used her to get to me and left its mark.
First refill is
Look,
free.
dactyl
Milk
whales.
and sugar on the counter there. Would you like to hear today's special?
Alan thinks this is normal human behavior.
A nice day. Come back soon.
You okay, Barry? Bear? I feel like all these markers that you're creating, Dom, are just to get me to say things so you
I
can
have to
clip
find a
them.
way to get Barry into the car as quickly as possible. There was no time to waste.
Wait, I have to get Barry?
Like Rose, that little smile she had, how she was still sweet when life had tried so hard to make her bitter. It wasn't any of his business what she did in her trailer. But those strangers, the writer and his smart-ass sidekick, looked like trouble. And they'd been in there for hours, way past her normal bedtime. He reached for the phone and called the sheriff's station.
Mr. Randy called the police on me? Randy. I was the victim. Get to the car. All right. I was roofied with coffee. I didn't even know that was possible. Oh, radio.
I just stepped outside to catch a breath of fresh air, and let me tell you, the weather's getting heavy. Nights like this make me especially glad I'm here talking to you and not home in bed. Once the weather takes a turn like this, I can't sleep at all.
You can't sleep when it's foggy outside?
Dark thoughts, punctuated by the occasional plunge into nightmare. Is it just me?
Yeah. It's really just you. That's weird.
A little bit easier to get through. Caller, you're on KBF FM.
Hey, Pat, it's Walt Snyder.
What's on your mind, Walt?
Well, I ain't the way you are, but, well, I can't sleep either, you know? I just been staring out the window here, trying to make sense of it all, but, I ain't been drinking either, you know? I just...
Well, you sound like a man with a problem, Walt.
I had a, argument with Danny. You know Danny.
I don't know Danny.
Then I get in trouble with the law, you know, and...
Why are you calling into this radio station, Walter?
Well, I heard something like that, Walt.
Yeah. Well, you know, Danny's my best friend, and, they let me out on bail today. And now I'm just...
I like that there's a sense of urgency, and I'm just standing by this radio listening. Yeah, moisture, man. It's like butter.
Above our broadcast tower thinking the same thing. What are you waiting for, Walt?
I don't know.
All right, Walter is not catching my attention. Hey, boy, butter. Moist butter beans. When did I say beans? Is that a cafe? Oh, I got an achievement. I don't know. It's a damn good damn good cup of coffee, is what it said. Did not say damn good cock of coffee, because that wouldn't make any sense. It wouldn't make any sense at all.
Oh, you're gonna get it now.
Randy! What the fuck?
God knows what you've done to that poor girl.
This is Agent Nightingale, FBI! Get him up, Hemingway! You're under arrest! You move a muscle, I'll unload right in your goddamn face!
Calm down, Nightingale. What? Just... Hello? Well, Randy's dead. What's happening?
What are? I'm standing right here, you goddamn maniac!
What's happening? Why did the FBI agent just start shooting at me?
But there was no way I'd miss my appointment with the kidnapper.
Give it up, Mr. Wake. Come on.
What's... Why are the police after me? I mean, other than I've killed like 50 to 100 people. Other than that fact. I forgot I could run. Okay, apparently I have stamina. Weird. I'm all out of stammy majammies. I need some good coffee cock to pick me up. Oh, he's shooting at me! No!
There he goes.
Oh god, this is like Batman all over again. Except for I'm defenseless.
Oh, damn.
Oh damn indeed. What am I supposed to do here? I can't dodge bullets. I'm Alan Wake, not Superman. They don't want you slowing down to explore. Tell you what, police officers have no chill.
He's gone. Come on, guys. We need to head him off.
No, my manuscript.
For decades, the darkness that wore Barbara Jagger's skin slept fitfully in the dark place that was its home and prison. It was hungry and in pain.
They know. Hello, Ada.
Called it from the depths and given it a brief, terrible taste of power and freedom. The rock stars had stirred it from the deep sleep the poet had sunk it back to in the end. When it sensed the rider on the ferry, it opened its eyes.
Right, alright. So the darkness likes me. Noted. It's, you know, it's going. I'm enjoying the story thus far. That doesn't seem normal. What is over there? Nah. We go in this direction. Dom, you're never gonna let me let that go, are you? Just a pigeon rave. Best part of waking up. It's coffee. What is happening in this world? Alright. If there are T-Rexes, I'm out. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, it was part of a gaffe on my part, Mr. Tulio.
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me. The cops
Can I
didn't
push
stand
this
a
off the
chance.
edge?
They were after a rider, not a monster.
QX's I'm cool with.
This guy, he wears a tweed jacket. Over. He's the guy we're chasing. If it's not him, who then? Bigfoot? Over.
Wait, what?
I don't know yet, but I'm not in the habit of jumping to conclusions. That tends to come back and bite you in the ass. Ow.
Oh, is the girl cop on my side? Wait, she's a sheriff, right? That's a good person to have on your side. But the FBI agent literally just fired at me out of nowhere. I don't want to fight Shadow Bigfoot. I'm thinking it's a mammoth. Okay. We fighting a helicopter?
You on the ground. Hold it right there.
No!
There's nowhere to run.
The rock will protect me. Birds! Birds? Oh. Would you look at that? Thank you, bird friends. I like the helicopter's just running away from birds. Get wrecked, nerd. FBI ain't got nothing on me. When do I get a flashlight again? The birds had Glocks? What's this? Look. Toggle. Yep. That's a crash, all right. What am I looking for? Anything of note? Just the helicopter went down? All right.
fight or anything. But anyway, hey,
Well, Barry was passed out, and Rose was in like a fetal position. I don't think either one of them were going to give you any fight.
over. Go ahead, Mulligan, over. We got Wheeler and Rose here. Wheeler's drunk or hopped up on something. Speaking of which, that Fed had a pretty distinctive whiff of Oda Scotch about him.
Oda Scotch.
Over. I don't have anything on that, Deputy Mulligan. Over. Well, whatever. Anyway, Rose is just being plain weird here. You better get Doc in and take a look at both.
Weird, but Alan didn't see anything weird about that. Look at these sheets.
Fed's gonna want to interview Wheeler, over. Oh, yeah, I bet he does. Looks like they have a lot in common. Mulligan out.
Was that a fat joke? Am I putting coins in here? Am I
see
spending
the lights of the radio station in the distance.
Oh. Well, the guy did say he wanted to interview me. How would he like to interview me as a federal fugitive? Oh, God, Alan. Oh, that's my bad.
I imagine that the broadcast tower in the distance was part of the local radio station. Maine seemed like a decent guy. Perhaps he could give me directions to the coal mine.
Alan, that is really stupid. Let's go to the one place that broadcasts to everywhere.
Unnatural shadows clung to the gate. The darkness that was after me was trying to stop me. I wouldn't get through without the light.
Alright, so I need a flashlight. Or I guess this giant ass spotlight. That's not going to give away my position. Nah. Smart pro tags, never. He's a rider. He knows what he's about. This might be the easiest minigame I've ever done. I don't know if this is how electricity works.
The old generator conked out.
Oh, fuck.
Let's see if I could fix it and try again.
Wait, so do I need to aim this first? No, I cannot aim it first. Got it. So I gotta be fast. Kick it. That's how you fix it. Slap that gas tank back into position. That's certainly gonna work. The electricity's leaking out like water. Well, we did it. A mini chore, I like that. Click the mouse 3 times, but do it in timing. I don't know. It gives me achievements, that's all I know. It hasn't done anything beneficial to me yet. I think it might just be a completionist thing. Whoa. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Flashlight. Give me that. Give me the light. This is the Alan Wake I remember. Not that I could see. I mean, it tells you, I think, how many coffees you've collected. But other than that, the manuscript pages definitely give you backstory. Or kind of like also... they give you, like, premonitions as well. How did a police car end up here?
It took me a moment to recognize the flashbang grenades. They were an ideal weapon for my situation.
Okay. I guess so. Give me the flashbangs.
Sheriff Breaker, report, over. Team 2, come in. I need a report, over. Come on, guys, talk to me. Come in, please, over.
I mean, I know you're gonna do it. Flashbang! I gotta flashbang this guy? Really? By himself? Lame. Big 4. No, I'm secret. Can't actually. The flashbangs are the only way I can deal damage to these guys. Stop it. But I've only got 2 left. Your health kind of just refills on its own. The only way to refill your health is to stand under a bright light. Oh good, more flashbangs. Oh, batteries. Boo. Oh, more flashbangs.
And here's another call. You're on KBFFM with Pat Maine.
It smells Peabody, Pat.
It does, yeah. I'm pretty sure it's just a collectible.
Well, I live near the trailer park, Pat, and there's a big ruckus going on over there.
Well, that's just up the road from me, too. What's going on, do you know?
I don't know, but there's a bunch of police cars.
I don't know.
The sirens, the helicopter buzzing around, and I think I heard some gunshots.
And a federal agent with a loose trigger finger.
So can you find out what's going on? Because it's just next door, and they're popping off guns there.
I mean, to be fair, that's just living in the country.
Maybe 10, 15 minutes ago. It sounds serious, Pat. I'm telling you, it don't sound like no party.
I'm certainly going to give the station a call, Milt.
Okay.
You'll hear it here as soon as I hear from them.
Milt? Nah. I like that the flashbang does not affect me at all. Oh, that's a big guy, huh? Stop. Alan Wake is immune to flashbangs. This just in.
Touched by the dark presence, Rose was lost in a dreamland where everything was drawn in black and gray crayons. The old lady had promised her that all her wishes would come true. She
Too
would
woke to get banged.
She was smiling so hard it hurt her face. She crushed a bottle full of sleeping pills into the coffee. Deep down inside, she was screaming in terror.
So much terror. Hey, Chuckles. Welcome back. My health isn't looking so hot. I've got 4 flashbangs. God. Those axes, man, they'll get you every time. I like that you can run the battery dead and then just let it recharge slowly. Oh, cops! They'll save me. Oh. The Popo! Help! Ah, more flashbangs. The most help that they could be. Hello, Vopniak. What? From dying bed? Oh, God. Oh, they just popped in there, huh? Stop. Ah! You're dying in bed, Vopniak? Oh. Oh, God! You know, I'm just flashbanging myself. Fuck it. I was trying to keep it away from me, but apparently Alan Wake doesn't give a shit about flashbangs, so I'll just throw him at my feet. And then when I go into the radio station, I'm going to flashbang this guy. Just so he gives me an interview. Well, I'm sorry to hear you're sick, Vopniak. Was this guy just standing by this... Freeze! This is the Palace. Nerds.
I hope Maine could lend me a car to get to the coal mine.
Oh, now I want to borrow his car? I'm going to go in there, ask him where the coal mine is. Hey, I know you met me on a ferry like 2 days ago, a week ago. But, can I borrow your car? Looks like a piece of shit anyway. You wouldn't mind if I went and drove it. I mean, is that how you get clout? I don't know if radio station hosts... Wow, look at this guy. Is he playing sex music in here? Let me in.
Come on in, Mr. Wake. Oh, I'm so glad you could find the time to do this, Mr. Wake.
Like I can borrow everything you want, like your girlfriend. Oh my God, this FBI agent.
Put the gun down. We're all friends here, right?
Cool your jets, Nightingale. We got him.
Why is he shooting everyone?
What the hell's the matter with you? There's a civilian in there.
Who is this FBI agent? He's clearly not a negotiator. He's shot more than he's spoken words. Well, I guess... What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
I had fallen off so many cliffs, it was ridiculous. That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop.
Ah, got him.
Good, I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine.
Can you just wait until he will shoot you? I've been shot by him, but not in the cutscenes, no. They always make me run away before. They shot me with a helicopter. Oh, I hear the dogs. Train! We need to hop on the train, I'm calling it. I mean, not that train, but a train. Not a train, but
stared through the broken studio
a train.
Into the dark woods. He turned around, started to walk out, but Maine grabbed his arm. Young man, you almost shot me. You don't shoot off rounds at people like that. What's the matter with you? Nightingale shook his arm free, marched out.
Well, they shot me from a helicopter, I guess. Tom, stop posting that short. No one needs to see it. Oh, good, flares. The worst version of flashbangs. Got 2 flares and 2 flashbangs. And no guns. Oh yeah, here's the loot pickup. Hey guys, could we chill? Bye bye. Oh, they're not giving me flashbangs anymore. They're just giving me flares. And a gun. Ow! Fair enough. I don't know why I'm starting this. The story is that I'm gonna die. God, get me out of here! What was this generator? A human generator? What the fuck was that generator? Oh, he called me H.P. Lovecraft. That man was a racist.
For naming a book, The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine.
That's what
where I
Alan
was
Woke
going.
would say.
I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine.
So the story of the game is I'm going on a vacation because I can't write my story because I apparently have writer's block. And when we get to we go to a cabin. Well, we are getting the key for a cabin. There's this strange old lady in the dark gives me the cabin key. And we're like, okay, this must be the cabin. So we go and stay in the cabin, and then it's not a cabin. It's been destroyed in the 70s in a thing, and my wife is missing. And then some redneck steals my wife, and he wants the manuscript, and he'll give me my wife back. Fuck. I don't like that dodge is also run, because I don't connect the two. Alright, guys. So I guess before we... What weapons do I have? Just flares and revolver, okay. I should have kept that flashbang for when I was getting banged. Oh god, get off the... How do you get off the generator? Get me out of here. God. This is insane. It wouldn't let me off the generator. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to use the flashbangs instead of the grenades, and I'm saving the grenades for the generator thing.
That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good.
Yeah, Alan, I've heard this joke 3 times now. Thank you.
I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine.
Alright, we're flare boys. Wait, but the flare won't kill him. Shit, I have to use the flashbang. It's a trap. Bye-bye. How'd you live? We're gonna go get a gun. Alan, could you run faster, please? Just let me get this shit. Alright, so now we have the flashbang. Anyone else want to come at me? So are these guys timed, or what's going on here? Ah! There goes all the ammo. Running like a mathlete. It did become Dead by Daylight, yeah. Okay, now I'm gonna touch this generator. Oh my god. Get me off the generator. Could you, like, lay off? I don't know why I did that. Can I use the generator now? Is everyone okay with that? What did this do? It attracted more people. Oh, good, a checkpoint. This is a terrible checkpoint. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? Oh, I've got 1 bullet left and 2 flares. Cool, 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 cool. This is gonna be good. Alright. I don't... What do I do with 1 bullet? That? Do we run? Wait, can I punch? Can I hit? No, I can't hit. Run, Alan! You piece of shit.
There was no sensible reason for the power.
We're trying to tell a story. Well, yeah, I can stay in the light. Are there hidden... No hidden loot anywhere? Doesn't appear so. That guy just vaporized? Maybe, yeah, maybe we run back to the light. Actually, I think it gave me more bullets. Thank you. Is it just you, sir? Alan Wake, Rider, Gunner.
There was no sensible reason for the power company work lights to be here. It was almost as if they'd been left for someone like me to use.
Alan, let's not draw conclusions. But also, yeah, why was the power company here? Portable battery. Oh, they turn off. Good. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, this is going to be some sort of big fight, huh? There's a man on the roof. Come over here. Come into the light, friends. Whoa. Ow. Alan, I'm gonna need you to run a little bit better. Ow. More like Alan Wake. Whew. Alright, well, it gave me ammo just so I would use every single piece of ammo I had. So that was fun. I gotta do it, guys. I I've done it to every can pile I've found so far. Oh, good, a coffee thermos. I guess it's going down. I'm yelling timber. A manuscript.
Sarah trusted her gut, and her gut said Agent Nightingale was an asshole. He felt wrong, and it wasn't just the
You think?
It was in the way he flashed his badge, pulled rank, the look in his eyes when he wanted answers. Where was Alan Wake? What was this about an accident? Where was his wife? And most importantly, why did she let Wake go? He wouldn't answer her questions. Federal business was...
Hey, I have a feeling this FBI agent isn't actually an FBI agent. Train. Now we're talking. Oh, we only got 2. Alan, where are you hiding this shotgun? You just put it... Yep, right out the pants. Oh, phone call. Is it my wife?
Hello? The most stubborn man I've ever met. Alice? Alice?
Is my wife.
Alan, I'm so afraid. It keeps me in the dark. Please help me. I look at you, Alan, and it's not you. Something else. Looking out from behind your eyes.
Alice, I'm here.
I'm so alone here. It's all gonna go to hell. You need to be careful. Cooperate.
That doesn't sound like
The connection had been
clips of
terrible,
Alice
but that wasn't the
put
only
together.
thing that
What
happened
is...
right with the call. She sounded wrong somehow, but she had called me.
Or had to be Alice. It's 2010. Deepfakes don't exist.
The pipe wrenched itself loose from the bridge's steel.
She really did.
Wrapped in darkness, it floated in midair, twitching. For a moment, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The heavy object lurched at me with impossible force. I threw myself out of the way, but just barely. When I turned my flashlight on it, it shook in a dark rage.
Oh, we're gonna fight a bridge now? I don't want to fight a bridge. There's loot this way, though. Oh, yeah. Well, that's all the revolver ammo I can take. Load me up. All right, now we're ready to... That was the flare. Oh, got it. Put the flare first. Piss. Well, it killed him. Could be a boss fight. But from the manuscript I just read, it sounds like it's a bridge fight. I like that Alan has a stamina bar that I can't see, and it just runs out, and then I can't run anymore.
Up ahead, and a warehouse of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
Alan, we just gonna steal a car? You know how to hotwire a car? Ooh, look, a prop. Is this where we fight the bridge? Yep, this is where we fight the bridge. Oh wait, no, it's a train. I ain't scared of no train. Okay, all right.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
What am I supposed to do here? Oh, yep, bridge fight, bridge fight. Oh God. Oh fuck. Shit. I don't like this. I'm stuck in the wall. Oh my God. What the? This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
I hoped I could find a car from there.
That was so dumb. Was I supposed to run backwards? Do I shine the light? Oh, I bet I shine the light on it. Oh, I bet that would be a really good use for flashbang that I saved.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over.
Fuck you, darkness.
What the hell?
Flashbang. Fuck the night. Yeah. Ow. God damn. Good. Bridge fight, bridge fight. I beat the bridge. Oh God, not yet. I haven't beaten the bridge yet. You calm, bridge? Oh, he's not calm. We good, bridge? Fuck. Nah. Calm down. Gah. I'm actually dodging in my seat. Stupid ass bridge fight. What? I bet we're going up there, huh? The gamer in me wants to shoot that. Glorious. Now I've got to be afraid of every fucking girder I see. Because it could all be an enemy. That was actually well played, developers. Because now every girder is an enemy.
I slammed the door shut right in his smug face. He pleaded for me to open the door. True to form, the asshole actually thought I would obey. I had no sympathy left. No guilt either. Not for him. I took a moment to savor the scream. I bet I had a smile on my face. It was all that I had time for. The dark presence was inside the lodge with me.
It's coming from inside the house.
As a teenager, just starting to get interested in writing, Stephen King had been a source of inspiration.
Oh, no way, Alan.
I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything.
Heavy duty flashlight. What? Oh, we got a mag light. Oh, now we're talking. Don't fight a man with a mag light. Oh no, I see what's happening here. Honestly, most video game flashlights kind of suck. This one actually seems pretty accurate. Except for the fact that the battery runs dead in 5 seconds if I turn up the brightness. Also the fact that I can just boost it with my body. I don't... Whoa, that's weird looking. Oh god, we gotta fight people and objects now. "17 batteries, I know, right? This is a very slow gate. If I worked here, I would be very frustrated at the speed at which this gate opens. Fuck you, sir! Have a flare. Alright. Don't worry, Vopniak. The batteries charge themselves. Must be some sort of kinetic. Maybe it's shotgun powered. In light, you can hurt them. Yeah, you're telling me this 5 hours into the game? Thank you. I've realized this. Wow, they are being very generous with the ammo and the flashlight batteries. Oh, we're gonna watch another episode of The Twilight Zone.
We take the facts of our existence for granted, unaware that they are merely a thin veneer of desperate self-delusion, covering a vast
Except for it's called Night Springs.
and horror. All too often, the stars are right. In Night Springs.
What's tonight's story about?
A family occasion. Journalist Alvin Durleth's trip to study the local customs of an insular community in Night Springs has been less than successful. Until tonight.
Well, I'm glad you changed your minds about this. Ancient customs, local mythology. My editor loves this kind of stuff.
Well, Mr. Durleth, we don't want to feel like we're on exhibition, but you have demonstrated the seriousness of your intent.
Oh, I am serious.
Are these just the developers?
Stay out of your way and observe.
Actually, I thought you could assist us. I'm afraid we are a man short. It would provide you with an intimate perspective.
Could I really?
Of course, Mr. Durleth.
What is happening? Are they inviting him to an orgy?
What would I have to do?
Oh, here. Let me show you with a kiss.
What? I mean... Oh no! Kiss of death!
Oh, Mr. Durleth, you have well pleased Nixie Perka, the dweller in flesh. Your body shall host his 1,000 young, and all shall be glory.
Oh. Nixie Perfif.
Shh, darling, be calm. Shh.
Alvin Durleth learned a harsh lesson. If you go looking for mythology, it may come looking.
That was a weaker episode. The other two were more interesting.
Such quests always bear fruit. Night Springs.
Oh, manuscript page. Oh yeah, look, a boss fight arena.
The darkness surged towards me, sucking everything loose from the ground into its depths, tugging at my clothes. I saw the flare the kidnapper had dropped and threw myself towards it just as I felt my feet leave the ground. The darkness embraced me with the force of a tornado. Somehow I managed to light the flare. The darkness roared and cast me away. I fell toward the dark waters of the lake far below.
I don't know what that's insinuating. Nice trip, nerd. Oh God. I'm fighting a dozer. Okay. All right. No shit. Fuck. Get out of here. Alan, run. This is terrifying. Nice. Oh God, I hate this. I actually hate this. This is actually a fear. Get out of the way. Ow. Alan, run. Alan, run. Fuck. Wait, where did it put me? Okay, we're here. Good. Alan's dead. I actually, as a child, I was terrified of non-running, like, equipment running without any people in them, because I thought this would actually happen. I had nightmares about this actually happening. Jesus. I hate this. Ah, it's stuck. Okay. We're done? They had a lot of ammo here, I think. I didn't need it. I hated it too, Ploy. Seriously, nightmare fuel for me. It's bringing back childhood memories that I did not want to remember. Wow, look at all these flares. Could have used those. Nine flares? Boy, I seem to pick up on games like that for you a lot. I'm sorry. If it makes you feel any better, I think most games where that's been the case, they've been digging up games. So, you know, apparently the RNGesus wants to scare you.
I had never been this glad to see the sunrise. I had a couple of hours to get to the coal mine.
Why are we going to the coal mine? Is that where my wife is? I don't have the manuscript. My wife.
Wasn't far now.
What do you mean by far, Alan. That seem. Where is the coal mine? Because it seems very far.
Today, I would meet the kidnapper, and he would give me Alice. I wouldn't give him any other choice. A drowning man will clutch at a straw.
Can I drive this? Oh shit, we driving. I don't want to go to the coal mine.
Without realizing it, I'd come to believe that the story in the manuscript was coming true. The current of its narrative had
What a
taken
weird driving segment.
deeper into dark waters. Alice had been taken from me.
Whoa,
Mary was probably I was a fugitive from the FBI.
Wait, what's
the whole
this?
world taken over by the dark presence was trying to destroy me.
Can I get in this vehicle? I like it better.
But it matched a textbook case of insanity.
I can. Yes! Why does it let me choose vehicles? I can't even cross the bridge. What have I done? We in little Jeep. Steering with keyboard mouse, always a good time. Is there anything in this place?
This is Pat Main, and you're listening to KBF FM. Folks, I want to apologize for kind of abandoning you to that looping music track last
The
night.
human music.
Detained. You see, I encountered a big shot G-man with an itchy trigger finger who could use a lesson in manners and a boot in the ass. Not necessarily in that order either. Now, folks, I know I'm not being very informative here, and I apologize for that. I really should just keep quiet, but I'm just so peeved right now. Because some people just shouldn't be carrying bags.
Yeah, fuck that FBI man.
Glad that our Sheriff Breaker was there to straighten things out. And if someone I met last night is listening, let me just say, I'm sorry if my mouth got you in trouble. I'm pretty sure you're not the bad guy here. Godspeed, son. I hope you know what you're doing. Now,
How does this radio man know that I'm not the bad guy?
talking to Dr. Nelson all morning. But first, little music.
Alright, I'm just going to keep swapping vehicles because that's how you avoid the cops. Plus, that vehicle kind of drove like doo-doo. This one's not much better. Why is it accelerating like this? Is the joke that every subsequent vehicle you pick up is going to be worse than the last one if you keep damaging them? I'm just stealing everybody's car. What's up here? I do like that car, yeah. A little excited to drive that one. Hopefully it's not worse than everything else. There's a radio up here too.
Welcome back to KBF FM. Hope you enjoyed that tune. Now, Doc, you were talking about life and finding that special someone, that soulmate.
Well, you were talking about that. I was saying I don't buy it.
Good job.
To me, that's strange because I always pegged you as a hopeless romantic.
You got me there, Pat. But I think love's where you look for it. And you need to do a lot of looking, sure. But the idea that there's that one special person out there for you, and if you miss that chance, it's gone forever and you're forever incomplete. I mean, isn't that depressing? Or heck, childish even?
So quiet.
Fish in the sea.
And apparently a fisherman has a fishing analogy for everything, but what you're saying, isn't that a little harsh?
Well, no. What I am saying is that your potential for finding that connection isn't limited to what's essentially a chance encounter. How is that harsh?
Yeah, well, I guess that's a nice thought, but let me say something personal.
Alright, I don't care about this.
Now, well, it's a
I'm leaving. It wasn't an interesting conversation. Alright, let's party. Like it's 1979. Well, this is faster. I'll give it that. They give me a car so I can drive 100 meters and get out. What's in here? Any shadow men? Nope, just a manuscript. That's true, it is daytime. Ooh, really?
Spying on the writer on the ferry had been a disappointment. His boss had made Wake out to be something special, but Mott hadn't been impressed. He'd gotten a good long look at the wife, though, and he liked what he saw. Mott had fantasized about goading Wake into a fight, but it hadn't happened. Still, he'd get his chance to see if the writer had...
Wait, why is he looking at my wife? That bastard. I'll make him regret the time he made fun of my tweed jacket. That's true. We're safe in the daytime, boy. Except if I drive us off a cliff, and then we'll be less than safe. Whoa! Shit, we're drifting. That was some initial D shit.
I was early. I was supposed to meet the kidnapper at noon in the main building. The coal mine was quiet. It was a museum now.
I don't want to go in the coal mine.
With Nightingale gone and the night wind blowing in through the broken studio...
Also, did the police give up on the chase when it turned daytime? That seems like the opposite time that you'd want to give up on the chase.
His voice shook with barely controlled anger. That boy's doing more drinking than thinking. I hope you know what you're doing, Sarah. He's got a sickness in his eyes. You take my word for it. He wants Wake for a reason, and it's not for anything good.
And it's not for anything good. We had one of these tractors back on my old farm. I mean, it was the same condition. And it wasn't I mean, it was like more rotted than that. Oh, look, coal mining things. Neat. Well, we got the coffee thermos. There's some porta potties. Everything's looking good. Oh. You know, everyone asks that, and I don't know. I think they're just collectibles. They don't seem to do anything.
I didn't want to go outside. Cops had to be looking for me. The noon sun turned the place into a sauna. The day dragged on. Different scenarios ran through my mind. Ways of how I'd torture the kidnapper to get Alice back. Or the different horrible things he could have done to her.
Did he move that chair just not to sit in it?
Knowing she was still alive. It was killing me.
Oh.
I was running on blind hope. It was all a waste of time. The bastard never showed up.
He's got my wife. But now it's nighttime, and we're going to have to go in a coal mine. It wouldn't really matter the time of day, but... Unless the shadow people are more... Great, it's nighttime in a coal mine.
Where the hell are you? Change of plans. You know where Mirror Peak is? It's a big mountain north of where you are. You follow the path from the mine, you can't miss it. There's a lookout point there. I'll be waiting. You want to see your wife alive? Because if you do, you better watch what you say to me. Do we understand each other?
I want to talk to Alice.
Yeah,
And I want the manuscript. Don't keep me waiting, Wake.
Hello? Hello! Ah! I'm gonna kill him!
Murder!
I had to get to Mirror Peak.
How? Where? Oh, God! Well, I hated that.
Maybe closer than ever before.
I hated everything about that. And I don't want it to happen again. Get me out of here. Oh my God. Do I pull this lever? What's happening? Do I sit down? Alan, what are we supposed to do here? Do I go down the chute? Did I just step on a damn bear trap? What happened there? Great. This is exactly where I want to be. Not terrifying at all. Can I even take anything else? Well, I'm at my flare limit. I'm at my battery limit. I got some shotgun. Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm full up on everything except for shotgun, I think. Well, and flare. I have no flare. Here we go. Let's just read the manuscript.
When Thomas Zane fell for Barbara Jagger, it happened.
Okay, boy.
Young, vibrant.
Thanks for sticking around as long as you did.
He had never been a very happy man, and without any seeming effort, she
Good night.
experienced all that. Zane felt good for the first time in his life. Everything she did was another piece of a jigsaw puzzle he hadn't even known he'd been missing. And best of all, she made the words flow, strong and sharp. She was his muse.
She was his muse. That is so much ammo. This is a box full of ammo. They want to make sure I'm full on revolver ammo. Well, I mean, I guess I'll take some more. Whoa, it's a box! Scowy. Oh, God. Oh, they've locked me in. Anything back here? Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Moving forward, I guess. No reason to go backwards. No reason at all. Is it just stuck in there? Yeah, you can't get out of there. You have little item. Oh, I have to release it? That's great. Oh, it didn't kill them both. Kind of assumed it did. Well, that's what happens when we make assumptions.
What the hell?
Nah. Nah. Nah.
The only way to reach the hillside ahead was to go through the building. I had to find a way to avoid electrocution.
I mean, that's always smart. That's kind of how I've been going through life. That went swimmingly. Safe. Once again. Shit. Stop bullying me. I'm only a vehicle. Whoa! And it's gone. That one hit really did me in. I don't know if this is how you're supposed to do this fight, but it's certainly an option. Feel the power of man! Alright, that vehicle's a little fucked, but... Oh, it's real dark in here. Love that for me. God. Did I forget my lunchbox? Oh, my bad. Die! I'm just collecting the shotgun ammo. Maybe it'll be of use to me at some point. Who's that? Swear I heard somebody running. Ah, this is the flying object room, huh? Trust no one in the dark. Well, then why am I spending so much time in the dark? Huh? Answer me that. Thermos on a chair. Follow. You're technically in the dark, Yellow Lines. That's all I'm saying.
Some of the Taken retained echoes of their former selves, but these were just the nerve twitches of a dead thing. Nothing remained but a shell covered and filled with darkness. In most cases, these puppets were enough for the purposes of the Dark Presence. But for anything more elaborate, as with the writer, it was different. It needed his mind. And so rather than taking him over completely, it merely touched him.
Ugh. Oh no. What are you doing with that tree there, friend? Nothing? Huh.
There was no way the flashbang grenades were standard power company equipment.
You don't think? I can't get in here? Flashbang grenades aren't company equipment? Okay. There's no way the flashbangs are part of power company equipment. Maybe flares. Ain't no way flashbangs part of the equipment though.
I stared through the bars of the jail cell. Barry stood behind me, swaying on his feet, looking as ill as I felt. Agent Nightingale stood on the other side of the bars with Sheriff Breaker. Nightingale had a stack of manuscript pages in his hand. He seemed unhinged as he gloated. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent.
What? I mean, I see your little arrows, but don't know if I really need any more loot. But I'm always open for it, except for when it's in the spooky little cave. Flare guns are good. Oh, and flashbangs. Thank you, torch bringer. Ow. Coffee. Oh no, I've made a huge error. Oh, I corrected the error. I've made an error again. We're fine. Pro gamer. They're giving me a lot of stuff again.
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
Pump action. Hell yeah. Now we're talking. We got a shotgun upgrade. But for what reason, you might ask? All right. Can I just turn this on real quick? I'm gonna die. Right after my shotgun. We're just gonna keep the shotgun out.
I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
Just gonna go ahead and pop an E in here. He does not throw that flashbang very far, even when you want him to. Still kind of wanting to save the flashbang or the shotgun. Why would the darkness not want me to get my wife back? Oh, okay. Alan, would you fucking run for once in your damn life? Is it just that he can't run after he's been hit? Maybe that's it. Because it seems like I could run and then all of a sudden I cannot.
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
We're gonna go the other way. See a thermos up here. They're loading me up on flare gun ammo, which is cool. Do I heal in this light as well? Maybe? I see. Did that get all of them? Nice. All but one guy. Come on, healing light. Slash checkpoint. Something really doesn't like trees.
The dark presence was moving ahead of me in the same direction I was going. A cold feeling settled itself in the pit of my stomach. Was it going for Alice?
Well, I just need to make sure the stream is still going because my Twitch doesn't show it anymore. Okay, yeah, we're good. We good. A lot of crosses.
The graveyard shift may cause cancer.
The graveyard shift may cause cancer? Alright, this guy. gunpowder make us cancer? Interesting.
The place was dead, a ghost town. Had been for decades, maybe a century.
Stop it. Stop that. Is he tripping on the railroad ties?
Things were never as simple in real life as in fiction. I had lost count of the times I had wished there'd be a clear reason for my writer's block. Something to fight, something to lash out on. There wasn't. I was filled with doubt. I was nothing like the hero in my books. Alex Casey had gone through his life with single-minded determination, never wavering from his goal. Even now, I was angry at myself, angry at Alice, angry at Barry. I was fumbling and I had no plan.
It's a lot of anger we got there, Mr. Wake. The Grey Peak Gorge. Originally founded in 1928, the Grey Peak Gorge was mining town was one of the permanent settlements of the Bright Falls Mining Company built for its workers. The nearby graveyard is a testament to the dangers the miners faced on a daily basis. Most of the men who lost their lives over the years were buried there, a grim reminder that to be careful for those who remained. Grey Peak's Gorge abandoned almost overnight when the Bright Falls Mining Company closed its doors in 1970. Yeah, corporate towns. Love it. Capitalism. Exactly. You get paid in mine bucks. You can only spend them in our town. Doesn't look like there's anything in there. Oh, that big tractor's gonna come to life, isn't it? I don't know why I shot. The refrigerator, no! The tractor's definitely coming to life though, right? Yep. Flare, please! Flare, please! Holy shit! I don't know what happened. That was very bright. All right. Well, I think we crossed the ghost town. Oh, a train. I'm sure that's not going to come to life. Oh, hit in the back with a train. You hate to see it. I'm just hoping this tree will protect me. Really, that's my whole goal here. Thank you, tree. Bless. Oh, a key. Excuse me. Thank you.
Anything outside of riding is a struggle. I feel ill. I managed to make my way downstairs. There's a shoebox filled with books and papers by Thomas Zane. It's very hard to focus, but I managed to read some of it. He's a poet, and a good one.
Look at those eyes.
Creators summoning fabulous things from a magic lake, using his powers to shape the world of a realm of gods and dreams and demons, dark things that wait for a chance to slip through, wearing the flesh of men as disguise. Zane writes about himself, his girlfriend being taken over by a dark presence, about growing scared of the lake. Zane believes it's a mirror to the gaping void of darkness.
This game feels very much like the series Twin Peaks, and I like it a lot.
Upstairs. I'll borrow these things for my story. They ring true. They fit.
Oh, the hunting rifle. Do I want the shot? I mean, I don't know. I think the pump action shotgun's the better play here. Although the hunting rifle. If it's giving me the hunting rifle, I'm guessing it's because it thinks I'm going to need the hunting rifle. But I do feel bad dropping my pump action. We're just going to ignore that and move on. They're not going to attack me with a whole building, are they?
The kidnapper had sent me a text. The message was full of spelling errors and insults. It was telling me to hurry up.
Fucking rednecks. Can't even text. A lot of flare guns and flare gun ammo. Well, what's that sound?
Birds.
Birds. Birds aren't real. These are, though. Real dead. I'm just worried they're gonna push me off the ledge. Oh, this seems safe. Guess we're not going back that way. Get out of here, birds. That explains the flare guns, I guess. Danger. Yeah, maybe, but are there birds down here? I don't want to be here. Seems like tunnels go to Cauldron Lake. Yeah. What's down here?
Without warning, the headache stabbed at my brain.
Okay. Can I try it again? Okay, so it's not like a... Was this actually the way I was supposed to go? I thought I was going a side path.
Alice?
Alice?
I'm losing it. I gotta get out of here. The hunters were big, thick-set men, confident and
Thick-set. I haven't heard that before.
good, running on beer, ghost stories, and camaraderie late into the night. It did them no good.
Is that how you
as they
spell
were taken
camaraderie?
by the dark presence, sucked deep into a darkness far worse than any ghost story they ever told or heard.
Can I go in the water? Or is this death? It's death.
Get out of here.
Gotta grab this. Alright, so that was just a manuscript path. I mean, it also gave me terrifying visions of Alice drowning, which I guess thank you for. This mine seems to be very stable. I would trust this. Whenever you see moss and stuff inside a mine, means there's been water going through, means it's super safe. You just keep moving through the mine. Water dripping definitely doesn't mean that it's not unstable. Could collapse at any moment. Ride the platform. No. Okay. Here's someone running, but I also manuscript.
Doors and curtains of his grimy room at the Majestic, the local motel. Nightingale could feel the locals' eyes on him, the unrelenting pressure of their judgment. He forced it out of his mind. For all he knew, they could all be under Wake's spell already. You do what you have to do to get the job done. He took comfort from the bottle in his hand. Please, he thought. Just let me get through this.
You know, maybe if he wasn't shooting at every single person he saw, the locals would have a little bit more respect for his badge. Ah. Yes. Yes. I definitely know what to do in this situation. Oh, hello, friend. Thanks for making me another path. Oh, shit! How did that flare do nothing? There we go. Dissolve, my friend, dissolve. Everything reloaded. Well, I guess we're going deeper in the mine. Someone left their coffee down here. This reminds me of those like mine exploring YouTube channels. Very much the same vibe.
I'd have to make my way up this mine shaft in order to go on.
Of course
Maybe
we do.
the machinery could help me with that.
Puzzle time. Wow. I think I figured it out, guys. Is this how this was used during the mine when it was in operation? As a bridge? Because I don't see any other way how these paths would work. How do I keep it from doing what it's doing? Guess I don't. I guess we're going this way. That's the next platform? Maybe? There was a similar mine when I played Call of Juarez. I also think it was a silver mine. Oddly enough. I died many times in that mine. Nice that there's power still run to this mine. It'd make things much more difficult if there wasn't. One might say impossible. Is this part of the museum tour? That door just disintegrated. We going up still, or? Well, it says peak, so I'm assuming up. There's definitely stuff down there, though. Dynamite? No, flares. Lame. Is this the peak? Oh, this is the peak. Oh, they want us to go right to the edge, huh? Wait, no? Oh, is this just a thing? Listen, you could have fooled me. I'm not supposed to go in here? Oh. Maybe? What are we looking at here? Cool. I guess this isn't the right overlook.
Lightning flashed behind the windows of Cauldron Lake Lodge. Tor Anderson laughed and held the steel hammer above his head. Nurse Sinclair was trying to calm him down without success. Tor grinned madly and shouted, "My hammer's up. Here's a friendly poke from Molnir, wench." He brought the hammer down with all his might on Sinclair's head. "We're on a comeback tour, baby."
Yeah, baby. Alright, this was just a side thing, huh? Showing off the game engine. We're supposed to go this way all along. Oh god, it's the beds. Popping birds like bubblegum.
Oh, great. Another cable car.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm with you, Alan. I don't think I'd want to go this way either. Last time the cable car didn't go so hot. Maybe we do want the flare gun out? Yeah, this is slow. I'm sure that's not going to be a problem. The birds! Alright, they gave me, like, no chance here. Why don't I just put this here? Pop, pop, birdies. No, bad trees. Who shot me? Oh, God. Well, we're here. I did forget that I had the flare gun equipped. Go! That's the power of pine saw, baby. Oh, baby. Gods, I was young once. Nice timed pine saw, by the way. I don't know if you knew a rail car was going to fly at my face, but it was all very overwhelming. Oh, here's the cans. I don't know if I'll get an achievement for shooting every can pile, but as long as I have ammo, I will be shooting the can piles. There's pine everywhere. And I'm feeling that power. Is it going to want me to switch? Oh, no. Okay, more hunting rifle ammo. I'm probably about full, I'd imagine. I forgot how good the hunting rifle was. And that's why we save it. Why did he dive towards him? Cauldron Lake, where it all began. Cauldron Lake, the eighth deepest. Wow. I don't know why that was hard for me to say. The eighth deepest lake in the world, Cauldron Lake is a caldera lake formed in volcanic crater. The volcano itself could be considered to be active, but it has not erupted since the volcanic earthquakes of 1970, and even when the underground activity was comparably mild. Despite some property damage, there were no casualties. Cauldron Lake is one of the most beautiful spots in the Bright Falls area, as well as central figure in many local folk tales. It's a popular recreational area for the area residents. Yeah, and I stayed in a cabin there that didn't exist. So that's kind of cool. Pretty neat. Oh, this bridge is definitely going to collapse on me, huh? Never trust any bridges like this in video games or movies. Exactly. Am I supposed to walk? Is that the plan? No one has ever built these bridges well. I have to ask you to get out the my way. I have one left. And he hit me. The eighth deepest lake. Yeah, that does seem like desperate marketing. You're not wrong. It's like there's a small town near where I used to live, and there's a waterfall there, and they say it's the tallest waterfall in Indiana, and it's basically just this little creek that pours off the edge of a cliff, and it is very underwhelming, unless it's like a huge. Unless it's like a huge rain. But it is technically the tallest waterfall in Indiana. Oh, thank God. Flare gun ammo. I think the flare gun's probably my favorite weapon in the game. It's just so satisfying to see everybody dissolve.
Maud had checked all of Stucky's rental cabins. There had been no sign of the Wakes. It was dark when he'd found their car parked at the end of the road by Cauldron Lake. It made no sense. They must have taken a wrong turn, but there was no sign of them, and the car had been there for hours already. Frustrated, rotten ruin of the footbridge that had once led to Diver's Isle.
I can't say that it's not.
The boss wouldn't be happy.
But I haven't seen a postcard with the waterfall on it. But, you know, the town that it's next to is like 1,000 people, so I could see them, you know, going to some online web store and buying a bunch of waterfall posters and putting them in their gas stations. As small towns are wont to do. Push. Oh, I thought it was a ladder on the other side. I would have just fallen off into a cliff. You know, we could have lined that up a little better, maybe. Oh, we're pushing and kicking. Alan Wake's having none of your business. Whoa, this is cool. So, basement or... Oh, I'll check the door. I'm gonna assume no door, just cement wall. Okay, basement it is. We kicking. CW and TZ. Tom. I miss you, Tom. I guess you, Thomas Zane. I miss you, Tom. Did you write this, Tom? CW, Thomas Zane. What's in the box? Nothing in the box. Alright. Just gonna go up here, I guess. Honestly, it must have been a lot of work to build this whole building up here in the mountains. Why is he giving me shotgun ammo? I don't have no shotgun. I wonder if it keeps track of how much ammo you have for each gun, even if you don't have it. Wait, I can go over 10 flares now? Have I been flare upgraded? Hot damn. Now we talking. Ah, fuck. Stay back. Ooh. Is that just rocking for no reason? If the shelves are rocking, don't you come knocking. Because it's probably an earthquake and it's safer to stay under the archways. Man, this would be a cool house. Hard to get to, probably really bad internet. But other than that...
I could see Cauldron Lake. I thought I could make out the spot where the island and the cabin had been. There was a light near it. It had to be a boat.
Oh, we get to go on a boat ride?
I was close now. I had to get...
Maybe this is the end of the game.
Hold on to Alice, but her form melted away. I was losing control. Dr. Hartman stood in her place. I wanted to hit him, but my arms were jelly. He smiled. It was a reassuring smile, and I hated him for it. I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period. Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now.
Oh, totally. I mean, I grew up in the country, and I would love to move back into the country, but at the moment, because I don't really go out or anything. So it's like, it's not like I need the nightlife of a city, but it's just the internet situation isn't there yet. Even, Starlink is too slow to do streaming and video uploads. But yeah, living in the mountains and living in the country, all of that, I really liked living in the country. I miss it. Not only with streaming, a lot of my job involves needing internet. Like, my main job.
We just said we had her to make a play ball. You see? They got it writing for us. Please. Please. Oh.
Wait, my wife actually did drown?
Please don't hurt me. Ah.
The rednecks lied? Can't believe it. Oh, I think he's having a bad day. Alan, we had like 12 flares on us. We didn't need to grab that one. Also, did I lose my flashlight? I feel like that would knock the wind out of you pretty bad. My wife was so afraid of the dark that she ran into a lake and drowned. That's basically this story. Description.
Alan. Shh, baby. It was just a nightmare.
Alice.
There you go, Alan.
That you sound a bit different than my wife.
I fell.
I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period.
What?
Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now. The shock of your wife's death triggered a mental illness.
No, you lying.
You're suffering from various symptoms of undifferentiated.
Crazy Alan Wake, yeah.
It's okay, Alan. Just let go.
I really hope this game doesn't pull the "it was all a dream" trope. It was actually a book. Alan just has an overactive imagination.
I felt groggy. Whatever Hartman had bumped in me was making me numb. I felt like this was happening to someone else.
Just really drunk, roaming around, yeah.
Couldn't think.
Being a menace.
There were only empty sheets of paper here. No manuscript pages.
This is how I always look out windows. This is the worst hospital. No technology, just a typewriter and a fucking bag of saline. Hey.
Good evening, Alan. Are we feeling better now?
Don't hunch over at me.
Calm?
Yeah. I see you brought your pet gorilla with you. So sure, I'm calm.
Oh, yeah.
I get the message. Loud and clear.
Why, right. That's the spirit. You're being very brave, Alan. I understand you're confused. I would be more concerned if you weren't suspicious of me. I don't blame you for
Why haven't they given me a change of clothing? I've been wearing the same clothes for like...
We'll reacquaint you with my clinic and
8 days now?
You might have forgotten. Little walk and some fresh air? Yes, it will do you good.
I could use some fresh clothing, Dr. Hartman. This probably smells like shit.
There is for patients. Most of them aren't here right now. Jack took them out for a fishing trip, except for the ones who are particularly...
Oh, there's a Night Springs video game? Neat. Oh, look at this. Is this me?
I encourage creativity as a part of the recovery process.
They're snacks, I think.
Specialize in treating artists.
But they do look like condoms. I did have that thought.
I bet you do.
Splendid, Alan.
I like that he just lets me go into everybody's room.
Get this thing under control if we work together.
Got a painter here?
This way, Alan.
No. Let me explore every other person's room, please. Oh, but not this one. I can't go into Soul's room. Anderson. Who's in Anderson? Nope. Okay. There's an elevator in this piece of crap? Oh, Big Bear. What is this painting? This is gonna make any mental patient here paranoid. That painting is making me paranoid.
Now, Alan, from past experience with you, I know I
Wait,
need
why
to
are
get
there...
right into the heart of the matter as quickly as I can after an episode. So
Yes, a wooden elevator.
Alice is dead.
No.
You're in a very vulnerable
Very
state.
heavy material to make an elevator out of.
Accept this. Alice drowned, and you couldn't face that. You're suffering from hallucinations, paranoid delusions, unusual thinking, an obsession about light and darkness, a feeling that everything revolves around you, your thoughts and dreams.
These are some messed up
Your
paintings.
mind has constructed an elaborate fantasy scenario in which your writings are affecting reality. She has been kidnapped, and supernatural forces of darkness are trying to stop you. We go this way, Alan.
Who told you about the darkness?
So I went along with it. He had to be lying. But under the influence of the drug he had given me, I had to fight not to believe his words.
What drug would
It's all in
do
your
that?
head. You've been making it up. Apart from the tragic
There's no
accident
walk
with
button.
your wife, no one has been killed.
This is how it
Your
works.
delusions are just a manifestation of your subconscious mind trying to protect you from the too painful.
But what about the FBI guy?
Fantasy, it will return. I know the instinct is to resist me, but think about it. Doesn't this make far more sense than the insane supernatural conspiracy you have concocted in your mind? You're a skeptic by nature, Alan. We both know this. Everything can be explained logically.
Damn it. Microdosing me with LSD? Hey, that's possible, actually. Look at this dumbass clock. Doesn't even have all its time. Beyond the shadow you settle for, there's a miracle illuminated in the memory of a dear friend and a poet. Well, this is a nice view. That's the lake where my wife drowned.
I never get tired of this view.
It's the lake where my wife drowned, you insensitive prick.
Cauldron Lake spread below us. I could see Mirror Peak on the other side of the lake. I thought I could make out the spot where Diver's Isle had been when I arrived with Alice. Now there was nothing but waves.
It seems there's a storm coming.
I love storms.
Funny, I don't recall there being a mention of that in the weather forecast. Well, no matter. This way. Follow me.
That was a fast storm.
Alan, what I'm telling you is good news. Right now we're in control. Every time you have a relapse, it gets more and more difficult to resurface from the dark depths of your imagination. Not surprising, considering your profession. Imagination is what you work with. After all your nightmares, this should come as an immense relief to you. If it doesn't, why is that? Because I'm lying? Or because you don't
If
want
it
to...
doesn't, it's because you're wrong.
It's very natural for you to think of me as your enemy. It's part of the
I
illness.
let him talk.
After all,
Hartman
I'm the
obviously
one
loved
trying
his
to
own
bring you
voice.
out of the
His
world
words
you've
echoed
constructed.
Dude gave me meth.
But
I
can't
dug my
do
nails
it
into
by
the palms of my
myself.
hands to stay
You need
focused.
to work with me. Once you accept that, we can begin the journey towards your recovery.
You unlock that door any slower there, Doc?
Come along. Let's go inside.
Who's this guy behind the couch?
Here's the entrance to the office wing. That's for staff only. You were impressed by my trophies when you first arrived here.
Don't tell me what I was impressed by.
Outdoors, man versus nature. It's wonderful stuff.
Pretty damn wonderful, yeah.
Hold on, I want to talk to this guy. He seems to know what's going on.
Scary, scary, scary.
Hello.
Emerson.
Oh my god.
I'm a real bad dream, mister. You should be afraid of me. Don't want to run into me in the night, that's for sure.
Please, Emerson. Mr. Wake is confused enough as it is.
Yeah, you'd like me to go away so you won't be scared. But you can't just decide what kind of dream you have or when you have it.
That's
Emerson.
partially true.
Okay, sorry. Boo.
That's Emerson.
Boo.
We're actually making some progress with him, I'm happy to say. He works on video games.
Ooh, yeah.
It's trash, of course.
Wow.
It does
Get him
involve
to
some
the head.
small creative effort, which makes him receptive
Is this one of the
to
devs?
therapeutic methods.
No kidding.
Who are you? She's gonna do the whole thing, isn't she?
You might have noticed the typewriter in your room. You've been writing as a part of the therapy.
Wow, she's just a full-on radio. He's still talking to me, and I'm nowhere near him. He doesn't know that I'm not here.
Oh, hello. I've painted you.
Oh.
Okay. I was just struck by inspiration a couple
Wow.
of days ago. Dr. Hartman wanted me to paint landscapes, and that's what I was doing. But now I've been doing these things, a lot of them. The images just keep coming. Dr. Hartman likes them. He has them in his office.
Yeah?
He's very proud of me. He says I'm getting much better. I think I'm getting better.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good, son. We gotta go back the other way. Need to ask Dr. Hartman about why all his furniture seems to be made from foam. You still singing? No, you're done. Okay. Hey. Welcome to Cauldron Lake Lodge. We're here to give you specialized help you need. However, please observe the following. Please ask friends and family to schedule visits beforehand and ensure you do not interfere with your therapy or periods of creativity. Also, please respect your fellow patients' need for privacy and personal space, especially when they're engaged in their creative processes. Be patient. Typically, our patients have long-term creative problems, and they won't be solved overnight. Give yourself permission to take the time you need. Bear in mind that you're voluntarily receiving treatment that has been specifically tailored for you. Engagement therapy, trademark, and its sister method, the flow, trademark, work best when you are actively engaged in shaping them. If you have any concerns, please do not hesitate to voice them. That's true. It would be harder to injure yourself. What is going on in here?
Killing me. There's a storm coming.
Oh, it's the guys from the
Storm.
diner.
It wipes this place off the face of the earth.
Why are they here?
And these two are the Anderson brothers.
Oh.
And Tor. They had a, how should I put this? A heavy metal band in the 70s and 80s called Old Gods of Asgard. They even adopted new first names to complete the image of Viking gods.
But they chose Thor instead of Thor?
They are, well, in advanced stages of dementia. They're well cared for, TLC and all that. There's nothing more that can be done. I'm afraid that the rock and roll lifestyle has left its mark.
Oh, that won't do. I'm so sorry to cut this short for now, Alan. The power has been acting up. I'd better go check on it. We'll continue this soon. Meanwhile, when you feel up to it, return to your room and try to write. It really is for the
They just
best.
want the manuscript.
Don't you think?
They just want the manuscript.
I'd like to bash his head in with a hammer. Oh, he'd love to fish out our secrets, but he has no clue. He's not crazy enough. Not crazy like us, Sonny. Yeah!
Yeah!
Crazy's a requirement, Sonny. Who else could understand the world when it's like this? It takes crazy to know.
This doesn't sound like dementia.
That's the sanest thing I've heard in a while.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Zane! You're all right, Tom. Hey, we like him, don't we, bro? He's got to go to the farm. The Anderson farm. Valhalla!
You gonna kill me?
Lest we forget. A crash course. All you need to know to get your head right. You need to find the message. Here, Sonny, here's something for you. Gave me a rash, but I kept it safe from these bastards.
Where were you keeping it? Like diaper rash?
It was clearing up. Zane could feel the poems taking form.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Chuckles, exactly.
He imagined he could almost feel the power surging through the keys of the typewriter. It exhilarated him.
Wait, so am I Thomas Zane now?
If not for his young assistant Emil, he would have given it up. But Emil convinced him otherwise. He too had a way with
Thomas
words.
Zane?
Or according to Hartman, I was sinking back into the fantasy. I was convinced he was lying to me about everything. Crazy or not, the Andersons made more sense.
Did they? I don't know if they made more sense. I feel like they made adjacent sense, but I don't think they were making more sense. What's that book? The Within Side? Creator's Dilemma. The engaging new book by Dr. Emil Hartman, the author of the best-selling Creative Flow, his groundbreaking techniques, engagement therapy, TM, and the flow, TM, explained in his own words, now available in bookstores across the country. Can I leave? You said this was voluntary. Let me out.
Hey, Wake, why don't you humor Dr. Hartman and give the writing a shot, huh? Typewriter's in your room. You can get to your room by those stairs, Wake.
Why do y'all want me to type so bad, huh?
Doors were locked. Hartman and the nurses would have keys, but there was no way to get my hands on them.
What's this guy doing?
Nightmare, because all dreams are only imagination.
I mean, that's
They're
true.
only in your head, and they're not there when you wake up. So you can't wake up because I'm in charge now, and I don't want to disappear. My nightmare is the publisher people who want to make a contribution so they can say they made a contribution. And then we end up with mullets in there because they think mullets are funny, but it wasn't supposed to be about mullets. And
This is definitely just a dev.
when it's in slow motion, they call it mullet time because
Hartman wanted me to write. I knew
No,
I
I'm listening to this guy. Shut up, Alan.
just play along for now. It was the only thing I could do with Nurse Birch watching me like a hawk.
They say it all like serial killers with straight faces and smiles. My nightmare is the writers who want to make everything from the characters to the toasters talk, talk, talk.
I like this guy.
And express their feelings so they won't shut up, and the writers won't shut up either.
Hey,
because
Vortica.
they have feelings too, and I have to listen to them.
How's your Saturday going? I'm listening to this game developer.
Shut up! Shut up! But I don't see nightmares anymore because I'm too scary for them. I take 2 pills every morning and 1 with every meal and 4 when I go to bed.
He's got quite the long dialogue.
The scariest nightmare of all.
Okay. What about Singing Lady? Does she have a new song for me? I'm pretty sure he is. No, new song. Does Writer Man or Painter Guy? Nope, just painting a picture of my face. All right, I'll go back to my room and type your stupid thing or whatever. Just know it's in protest. I thought this was voluntary.
Something's wrong.
What?
I'm not myself. It's hard to think that there's a shadow inside my head. I can only focus on writing. Everything else is a blur. I'm trapped in this cabin. Have been for days, but it's always
I'm
dark.
pretty sure these are
The
FMVs.
editor is real. I saw her again.
Either that or it's a very good filter.
It's not human. A dark presence is wearing the old woman's face. She was covered in clinging shadows. There's a hole in her chest where her heart should be.
Yeah, fair
I think I've made a horrible mistake. I don't think I'm any closer to saving Alice. It's been lying to me, using me to get the story it wants, and the story will come true.
He's got them crazy eyes. Oh, look, a QR code. If it's like the other ones, it takes you... I love these paintings. I don't know why. It takes you to a YouTube page of Alan Wake talking. Why is there a generator inside?
Power had been acting up. Maybe that was the reason for the generator and the work light on the balcony. The generator hadn't been activated, and there was no key.
Okay, but it's pretty dumb. Oh, coffee. It's pretty dumb running a generator inside. Give me that coffee. Well, it's good to hear you've had a good weekend, Chuckles. Tomorrow, my mom and sister are coming up for my sister's birthday. So that should be fun. Going out to dinner and all that jazz.
The white glare of the blank page in front of me hurt my eyes. My hands began to shake uncontrollably.
That's why I'm streaming tonight. Normally I don't stream Saturday nights, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream Sunday or not. It should. We get along really well.
Hey, Wake, you stay here. I'm gonna go see what's up. You just keep doing what you're doing. Be cool, okay?
I didn't know what the chaos was all about, but it could be my only chance of getting out of here.
Oh, Thor's got an actual hammer.
Oh, afraid of the crazy brothers, are ya? Not so weak now.
Where were the stairs? There.
Sinclair looked bad. That wasn't a love tap. The crazy old fart hit her hard.
Oh, shit.
If she was one of Hartman's goons, she had it coming. I could get the key to the office wing from Sinclair. I had to get to Hartman's office. He had taken all my manuscript pages.
Oh,
that's where he'd been keeping them.
I need those manuscripts back. Okay, can I not go in there? Can I get past Thor, please? No?
Maybe you could come out and beat our wrinkled adult diapered asses for it. Since you're so
I did not, Chuckles. That would have been a good idea, though.
We were on the road, man.
Okay, so I can't go in there. Who
The photo on the wall
is
caught
this?
my attention. In it, the clinic staff was standing outside the lodge. I knew the man next to Hartman. He was the kidnapper.
Oh.
Hartman had been playing me all along.
Oh, yeah. So this is the first chapter that's been in an asylum lodge. The rest of it's been kind of out in the wilderness fighting shadow creatures and people with guns and light and birds. We've been fighting a lot of birds. We fought a giant steamroller, or not a steamroller, a giant construction equipment thing. That was scary and probably the scariest thing in this game for me so far. But he's a rider. He showed up to town. Some lady in a shadow gave him the keys to what he thought was the lodge she was renting, and when he stayed in the lodge, his wife got scared of the dark and went and drowned for some reason. I mean, she was always scared of the dark. And then when he showed up to the police station, like, my wife, she's gone. They're like, there was no cabin there, and then it's kind of just gone from there. And any manuscript pages he finds, he has apparently written, and then it comes true in the real world, and there's some FBI agent after him or something.
Hartman wasn't happy. Maud could see it in his eyes. He quickly lowered his own. He had made a mess of it, and he knew it. The shame of failure was hard to bear. He hadn't expected Wake to say he needed more time, and he blurted out 2 days, less than Wake had asked for, to show him who was in charge. But that wasn't part of Hartman's.
It was probably a bad explanation, if I'm being honest. But no, the construction equipment thing, it does sound funny, but I used to have like nightmares as a child about like tractors and mowers and that sort of thing that was left
I couldn't breathe.
like just running by itself. I had dreams that it would like run over me and stuff, and it was just kind of like the dreams realized.
Now, Mrs. Wake, can you tell me about Alan's problems?
He's more and more out of control all the time. The parties, he's so angry all the time. He's getting violent.
Do you mean with you?
No, not with me. No, never. Sometimes I almost wish Alan would take a swing at me, because at least that'd lead to a conversation he couldn't just march out of.
What? No, don't wish that your husband would take a swing at you.
Alan doesn't really sleep. And the work, well, he's not writing at all. He sits there for hours and just gets more and more frustrated. And I can't talk to him.
Yes. Tell me, Mrs.
So is this before she drowned, or is she not actually dead in this reality?
I want to say, I look at you, and it's not you. Just some stranger who resembles you. Looking out from behind your eyes. And I don't like that guy much. And now it's all gonna go to hell.
But you don't ever say this.
No. I've tried, but he's not listening. He's too deep in his own problems. Always going on about something else. I'm so afraid I'm gonna lose him. And we're not even talking anymore. He doesn't let me in anymore. He just keeps me
Alan, you sound kind of like a dick.
alone here, even when he's home. Please help me, Doctor.
Alan had no idea his wife
Absolutely do my very best.
had any feelings. He seemed to just think the marriage was going well.
He's the most stubborn man I've ever met.
Well, I'll be sure to bear that in mind.
Hearing her voice, what she was saying made me happy and sick and guilty all at once. Worst of all, I recognized the words. The phone call from her. It had been a cut-up of this. Just a recording.
Gasp. That's what I said. It sounded like a recording. Wow. I was just kind of like making fun of it, but then it was. Look at me. I'm a real investigator. No, that is definitely odd. I mean, the whole, you know, they have computer. This is supposedly, this takes place in 2010, I think. I think this is not in the past. So the weird mix-up of technology is definitely odd. Have you guys watched Severance? It reminds me kind of that. From a, like, what technology perspective.
Barry?
Oh, what the fuck?
About time.
Barry, man.
Barry, why are you in here?
We need to get to Hartman's office.
It's right next door.
You okay?
I know, I just watched it a couple weeks ago.
The cops found me at Rose's trailer, but they didn't hassle me too much. I'm obviously a victim in this, and I demanded to be treated as such. Or else I'd sue their asses.
Barry, why are you in here?
Speaking of asses, that Fed gave me a real hard time, but I had no clue where you were. That guy's crazy out. But he let me go, and then I get a call from Hartman, that son of a bitch, who tells me you're here, and I should come pick you up, but when I got here, 2 goons clobbered me and stuck me in there.
Oh, okay.
What's with the cutout?
Yeah, what?
I stole it from the diner to piss off Rose after what she did to us. That'll teach.
No, but how did it end up here, Barry?
That's a harsh punishment. Come on, pal, we gotta get going.
How did it get... Did you... The police arrested you and let you keep the cardboard cutout? Yeah, Barry, you're not real. Yeah, exactly. No, Severance was really good. If you haven't watched the whole thing, I definitely would recommend it.
And more.
Who's behind you? Is it Barry? Wait, Barry's your editor. Maybe he's behind all this. He just wants you to write the book.
Tell me one more lie and I'll shoot you in the face.
How'd I get a gun?
Ah, well, it was worth a shot. Really, Wake, come on. Let's work together on this. You have no idea.
Hartman, shut up! Barry, get out of here. I'll catch up with you. Get a car.
Barry's in on it.
Oh, Al, let's just...
Go!
Wake, listen to me. This is a mistake.
He gets 15%.
See? Together we can create something absolutely wonderful. With your ability and mine.
Did I lock... that I killed Barry... Or I killed Professor Hartman, didn't I? Dr. Hartman. Well, look at that smile. Okay, Alan Wake might be a serial killer.
Hartman followed the fall of Alan Wake with his binoculars. When the rider hit the water, he ordered Jack to take the boat to him. The spot was easy to see in the dark, even with all the extra lights in the boat. The flare floated and kept burning, even in the water. Jack turned the radio louder as the engine sputtered. The music was rough and clanking, something the Anderson brothers would no doubt have enjoyed. But Hartman chose to ignore it. Wake was fine.
No, Alan Wake. I'm just like, I'm 50% sure he's the good guy. I'm 40% sure he's a serial killer. The other 10%, I think this might just be a bad acid trip. All right, we gotta get... Ooh, wolves. Oh, that's shadows there. I don't want to go that way. Do I have a flashlight? Nope, just a gun. Oh god, it's clicking. What's happening? This is not how keys work. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, we're not going this way.
I'd like to get the possessed bookshelves out of my way.
The possessed bookshelves. Okay, how do we get light? Oh, I know where is light. Oh my god. Hit up the head with a bookshelf. Oh, a bear. It does. The foam furniture makes... This has never been a difficult minigame. Holy crap. Is this working as intended? Dancing furniture like in Beauty and the Beast. Yeah. A little less cheery. Can I start this again? Now I'm just concerned that he's got carbon monoxide poisoning. Alright, we gotta run, Alan. Alan, we gotta run. Oh my god, we're just getting hit in the back. Is there a flashlight in here? Nope. Just a flare. Am I trapped? Oh, okay. Ow, I got hurt by bears. Eat flare, bear. Do we get to watch another movie?
Most of us have felt its shadow.
This is not the time.
It lives from the corner of the eye. You can't find it on purpose.
I'm gonna make it the time.
The wrong bus.
Thank you.
You wake up, and you will find yourself in the small town of Night Springs.
I gotta watch this episode.
Tonight's episode, the dunes.
I can't really hear it because the music is going wild.
Sometimes, even the simplest things.
Hold on. Music, go away. I gotta listen to the song, the episode.
Prove impossible. Consider, you get in a car and leave a life behind. Easy? Not tonight.
Thanks for the ride, Mark. I'm so glad to be leaving this place.
I love these episodes.
What, Night Springs? Come on, Linda. Relax. It's not that bad.
Watch out!
Hey, what's that up ahead?
You're not even moving that quickly.
There's someone in the road. I think there's been an accident.
Hello?
Are you all right?
Oh no, Linda! Oh no! It was me on the road! Wait!
What?
Tell him to watch out for the truck! Watch out for the truck!
My God, Mark?
These are getting so much worse.
Oh, no, please! God, no! Linda! Linda!
I bet these were hella fun to make.
So glad to be leaving this place.
I did stuff like this in high school sometimes.
Relax.
A couple times, I mean.
Hey, what's that up ahead?
Oh God, there's someone in the
Oh, it keeps looping.
I think there's been an accident. Are you all right?
Oh no, Linda! Oh no! It was me on the road!
Is this how?
Wait! Tell him to watch out for the truck!
The truck!
The truck!
The truck!
My God, Mark?
And there you have it. A vicious cycle, brutally punctuated by the blast of an air horn and screaming metal. Many roads are dangerous, but none more so than the one that leads away from Night Springs.
Night Springs. All right. Well, we escaped the. We might not turn that up all the way. We are still escaping the clinic, but we had to stop and watch 5-minute video. So now back to the action. The truck, Linda. Was I not supposed to go this way, or? Oh, that seems... Oh, God, I walked right into it. Let me through, you ball of doom. Alan, we got... Oh, we're gonna die in here. No! No idea. Oh, God. I was killed by an orb. So where am I supposed to go? The dodging in this game is difficult. Alright, we gotta get ready to dodge. I think it was supposed to come through the door, but it never did. Okay. Come here. Alan's ready. Big Papa Alan's ready. Oh God, I was not ready. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Nope, not that way. Do I have to make it hit the door, don't I? Yeah, gamer moment. Oh God, I ran into it.
Ow, I'm here.
Open the fence, Barry.
I found the car, but the gate's
Alan.
locked. You're gonna have to go through the hedge maze over there.
The hedge maze.
I don't have a light. Take this, Al.
Thank you, Barry.
Oh God! Look at the house, Al. Look out!
Well, that's not ideal. Uh-oh. Ooh, shoot! Oh my God, there's one over here. The haunted trash cans. I'm just getting beat up by shit. The inanimate objects are the hardest part of this game.
I found the car, but the gate's locked.
Because Alan can't run. He runs like a rider, which I guess is accurate.
Take this, Al.
Thank you. I wish this was the checkpoint. We're gonna go ahead and go this way. Oh, fuck! I think there's a third one somewhere, right? I don't care about the other one, wherever it is. He runs like a rat. He really does.
Oh, jeez, Al. The house looks bad. Let's get out of here.
I'd love to get out of here, Alan. Or Barry. But I gotta go through this hedge maze, I guess. This is gonna go well. Oh, I got a gun now, at least. Whoa, shoot! Indeed. That's true. They are deadly in Skyrim as well.
I stared at the Viking paraphernalia that littered the area, surrounding an unlikely centerpiece. A full-size stage complete with an impressive sound system with all the trimmings, including a dragon.
I'm gonna have to fight a dragon, aren't I?
Crazy to build something like this in a remote field. When the sky split open with a deafening boom and the music started blasting, it felt strangely appropriate.
Well, it sounds like a cool scene, but I'm gonna have to fight a dragon. Is this... Well, Barry, maybe help out a little bit more than just saying I see them moving around. Oh, that's a big one. We gotta run, Alan. Typical Barry, exactly. And here we are, shooting the hedge crew. I want there to be loot here somewhere, but I don't think there is. Did I do it? I've defeated the hedge maze. Wait, is Barry turning?
You get 2 pills in the morning, and then you'll be nice and cold.
Oh god, Barry. Oh wait, no, this is Dr. Hartman. Bodyguard. Ah! Birds! Gah, bird. Now I wish I would have kept the flare. Did he just push me with an axe? Rude. Die! Ah! The birds are gonna be a problem, huh? There we go. And this coffee thermos. Hedge trimmed. They did make the guns have a lot of weight in this game, so like when you're shooting someone, it does feel kind of cool. Late flare gun. Nah, Mr. Nightman. We do not have a lot of ammo left. Not much at all. Barry, you still alive? Hang in there, bud. Man, I want my pump action shotgun back.
Mott knew that Wake was smarter than him. Wake had more money, a beautiful wife, everything.
All right, Wake.
Wake was important. That made him better than Mott. But Mott was calling the shots now. He'd expected Wake to whimper.
Imagine writing a book and be like, I'm smarter, more money, more beautiful wife,
the thought made him
larger shoes. This book is just for my ego. Thought there was someone over there. Oh god. Well, there is one flare. Neat, I suppose. Well, we know what the flare was for. Is there really nothing? Ah, there's the manuscript page.
For the moment, Barry was just glad he had survived the fall. He had been separated from Al, and there was no easy way to climb back up. He told himself he'd be okay in the gloomy forest at night. He would just have to wait for a while for Al to find his way down. Barry turned when he heard the heavy footsteps and saw the movement. The man-shaped shadow lunged at him from the bushes, an axe held high. Barry screamed and threw up his hand. The world exploded.
Barry, hand does not help much against an axe. Emil made Tom do it. Oh. I see. Well, I guess we're revolver fellas now. I gotta remember that I have one flare just in case it gets dangerous. Oh, I see your paint. Picking up what you're putting down. There's something back here? You know it. Just a flare gun and some flare gun ammo, but I feel like that's gonna come in handy. If I don't completely forget that I have it. I see you, Alan. Or Barry. Just let me load up on weaponry before I talk to you.
Hartman watched as Wake's features slackened. The man was bullheaded, no doubt. Even lying on the bed, he'd almost broken Hartman's nose the second time. But with a little time, he could break Wake down, give him proper direction. Wake was easily the most promising subject he'd had. Well, since Tom...
Wait, is this whole town invite artists to make things happen in...
He sniffed hard to clear his throbbing nose.
Shadow World?
Barely tasted it.
It's a big old conspiracy. Barry, I'm coming. I just had to read first. And get going. Well, Alan is yet again out of breath. Barry, I read a page that said you're gonna get hit with an axe.
Let's get out of here. Can you open this gate?
Maybe.
Barry.
Barry, it's a handle.
Well, I slammed it shut when the nasty shot.
Barry.
And the key fits kind of loose in the lock, so,
Barry.
I'll find it. Don't worry about it.
Barry, you son of a bitch. Barry, this is not looking good for Fuzzy. Oh, we're in danger. Barry, you see this happening? This is you, Barry. Gotta hit the big guy with the flare gun. There it is. Barry! Barry! Why does he still have the cardboard cutout?
You're now
not leaving Bright Falls. Come back soon sign.
We're going to the Anderson farm.
I knew you were gonna say something like that. You know what? You owe me big time for this. When this is through, if we make it, I don't care what anybody says, I'm done with darkness. You're gonna buy me a tanning bed as a gift, and I'm gonna live in it.
We're gonna have to fight a house. All about the money for Barry. That's what I'm saying. This whole thing is an elaborate Barry scheme. I'm calling it now. He just wants me to write my next book. Barry books.
I'm crazy, but that's fine, Barry.
Oh, you got that right, Al. You're barking mad. You are by far the craziest.
But maybe that's inevitable when you deal with crazy stuff like this. It helps. This
What?
is happening, Barry.
Alan.
They never had Alice. She's trapped in the darkness at the bottom of the lake.
Alan.
She's not dead.
Alan.
How can you know
Yeah,
that?
Alan.
Barry, I can.
Al,
No, listen. I can bring her back. I can find her. There's something special about this.
Barry, stay in your lane.
It does something to the works of art created here. It makes them come
Barry's a
true.
bad driver.
There's a catch. The dark presence, whatever that thing is, twists it to its own ends. That's why all of this is happening. It's using my manuscript to take over everything.
Al, I believe you.
It happened to Thomas Zane before. It happened to the Andersons.
I believe you. Crazy or not, you're not delusional. Weird shit's going down. That's a fact. I'm on board, man.
Barry, watch the road.
Knew about it, but they were too far gone to tell me with all the drugs they were on. But they wrote it down. There's a message somewhere at their farm, Barry. We just need to find it. Look out!
Barry, you're driving. Don't tell... Barry, did you tell yourself to look out? Well...
Al! God damn it, Al, talk to me!
Barry, I can't run the 5 meters that I could run before. Oh, it started me out
I
injured.
lost my gun in the crash.
No!
Barry was nowhere to be seen.
Man, I just got that gun. I guess that's why you don't set the gun on the dashboard.
Oh, man, you're okay! Jeez, it's good to hear your voice! I was trying to get out of the car, but the ground gave way. Man, what a drop! Don't worry, your cutout is fine.
Forget that! Are you okay?
What is...
Some bushes didn't get a scratch. There's no way you can climb down, though. It's like a sheer wall.
How is he talking to me?
Al, there's something moving down here!
Barry, it's a taken! Use a flare, Barry!
Use the gun in the car, Barry.
Yeah!
Barry, are you alright?
I'm good, Al. I'm great. Guess you never messed with anyone from New York City before.
Yes, Barry, that's the takeaway we should have from that.
You're gonna have to find your way around to the farm, Al. I'll be waiting.
Good.
Barry, just wait for me, okay?
Al, I'm not staying here. It's suicide. I'm going to the farm. I'm gonna go ahead and secure the area. You can catch up. Don't worry about it. I'm on the case.
Now he's Rambo. This would turn into a disaster if I didn't catch up with Barry.
Yeah, because the only... Oh my god, Alan, I'm not going to drop you off the edge. Just move forward. The only person who could save Barry is the magical Alan Wake. That doesn't have a gun. Or a flashlight. Or a flare of any kind. Well, alright. Okay. No, not like this. Come on, I just want the manuscript, Shadow. I'm not hurting you.
When he stopped the car at the Anderson farm, Walter felt relieved. Oblivion was close at hand.
I just played Oblivion yesterday.
Wouldn't miss a jar of moonshine or two in the booby hatch. But then he saw the man on
The
the porch.
booby
He
hatch?
knew who it was. Driving for his life and knowing it was useless, he didn't realize he was crying until he couldn't see the road for the tears.
What's a booby hatch? I feel like I want this on just in case. No, put the barrels down. Oh, right in the back. Oh, insane asylum. Okay. Oh, I ran right into this one. Protect me, tree. I love trees. Oh, to have a light. Pick up a book. It's Alan Wainbow. That was a bad throw. Protect me, train cars.
Shadows crawled over the gate. I needed a light to destroy them to get through.
What am I doing? Turning this pull? Ah, like the old days. What do we got, Alan?
Agent Nightingale stared at the passed out rider. The man was sleeping off one hell of a night. Nightingale felt a stab of envy at Wake's oblivion, but he had a job to do. He put the gun to Wake's head and almost became a murderer. His hand shook and his throat felt tight and dry. Biting his teeth, he tried again to pull the trigger. He lost the nerve. Wake stirred. Nightingale would have to settle for
Nightingale's a bad FBI agent.
I hoped there'd still be a working generator somewhere around here to power up the old lights by the gate.
Spoiler alert, there were. So, was there anything back here? In the pitch black, scary darkness? No. There was not.
I could sense the movement in the woods ahead. Facing the enemy without a weapon was dangerous, but I had no choice.
Yep, I got a flashlight with no spare batteries, so there's that. What am I supposed to do in this situation? Make it to a light? Start. They're throwing axes at me. Oh, it pauses the thing. What? I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Run, I guess? Too bad Alan's all out of run. Can I actually kill them with the flashlight? Wow, where did that axe come from? Gah, there it was. Healing light! Give them fright! Was Was there a manuscript down here, or was that just nothing? I want to know what that generator was for. The world may never know.
A car was driving away from the farm, headed in the same general direction as I was. For all I knew, it was Barry, caught in the consequences of leaping before looking.
I mean, honestly, vehicles are kind of the safest thing in this game. Oh yeah, I want that heavy-duty flashlight. But that's all we get. They want me to feel scared. It is working.
The car was heading for the cabin up ahead. It wasn't far. If it was Barry, I would see the damage soon.
What does that mean? If it was Barry, I would see the damage soon? Like... I mean, I'm good against the inanimate objects now that I've got a flashlight, but, oh, it's God.
I'm trying to deliver each page to the right time and place. I'm trying to show you how the story goes.
Thanks, God.
I had seen glimpses of the light before.
Appreciate
I'd
it.
seen it in my dream. It was a strange spaceman or a diver in a bulky suit. He was the one who'd been placing the pages on my path. The dark presence followed the choreography laid out to it in the manuscript, growing stronger and stronger, moving like a storm from one scene of destruction to the next. But it was still bound to follow the story and chained to the dark place it came from. When the story reached the end it longed for, it would finally be free.
Well, that's no good. Are these manuscripts or bear traps? The answer is bear traps. Another fun game of bear trap bingo. Well, this is...
The storm raged on as the Anderson brothers walked unsteadily away from the clinic with the other patients in tow, knowing that this time they wouldn't return. The darkness around them seethed with horrors, but Tor and Odin were unafraid. Their eyes glinted with guile. They knew every secret path, and there was blood on their hands. They had fought these shades before.
Shotgun. Also, I'm starting this up now.
Someone had left a gun behind.
Yeah.
Now I had a fighting chance of reaching the farm.
The Taken are filled with darkness. Yeah, but there's a coffee mug up here. How do I get in here? Oh, I almost stepped in a bear trap. I missed my pump action shotgun. That little sneaky bear trap. What's in here? Nothing, just a trap. More bear traps. Now, do the shadow creatures, are they beholden to the bear? I stepped in one, didn't I? I just want to go home. Whoa. Shit. Bear traps. Oh my god. Really? Couldn't even see that guy. I can't believe this is occurring. I'm just running for the light. They can throw as many axes as they want at me. Oh, he's right there! May have been a waste of the flare. I think it saved my life, though. So was it really a waste?
The car, but there was no sight of the driver.
Curious. I remember when this game actually had functioning light switches.
Barry! No! Danny, you're not! Please! What are you? No! Don't! I'm sorry!
Yeah, that sounds important. I'm gonna collect all the loot in here before I go check that out. That's true. It could have been the saving play. Man, even going around in my own house when the power's out without any like lighting or anything with a flashlight is terrifying. Doing it in other people's houses, not the play.
I know you. You were in jail the other day.
Yeah, Walter.
I went to the farm again for the moonshine, you know?
Yeah.
It makes you see. They're not gonna miss it. They're in the loony bin. But my buddy, Danny, I lost him. Something's gone wrong with him. It's not him. Like a real bad follow-up to a real good movie. The best friend's suddenly the bad guy. Who wrote this crap?
Oh, funny you should say that. It was me. Well, sorry, Walter. Oh, God. Oh, TV.
Every possible course in my head. If I continue like the Dark Presence wants me to, the story I'm writing won't save Alice. It's a horror story, and it's going to kill her, and me, and everybody in this town. No one will survive. Darkness will consume everything. This is what it's wanted all along. It will be free, unstoppable. It used Alice to get to me, dangled her in...
I am assuming direct
Oh, shit! Chanksta! Howdy. You were playing, Elden Ring, right?
This feels like a
I'll do a shout out after the television is over.
I'll be bound by the
Welcome and thanks for the raid.
as much as anyone else who's been woven into it. The story must stay true for this to work. There have to be victims along the way, near escapes, cliffhangers. In a horror story, it can't be certain that the hero will succeed or even survive.
Because I don't think I've got any mods in chat right now. Don't tell the other chatters, but there's no mods here. It's only I. Fuzzy. Well, that TV broke. I don't think you can. Oh no. Wait, you can? That's weird. Did I spell your name wrong? I did. Okay, you did the shout out better. We'll just ignore what I did. The changed. I snuck an E in there for some reason. Yeah, no bad words are ever said on my channel. Yeah, I mean, you know, why would it need to be mod exclusive, honestly? He's still doing good? Oh, Walter's dead. Okay. I mean, if someone wants to shout out somebody, go ahead and do it. It's all statistics to me. What was going on here? Rip Walter. Was that bear always on the wall? Whoa, okay. No, I'm with you. Farm animals, not pets. Back away. Farm animals, not pets.
Let me guess. Danny, huh?
Guessing that was Danny. This is just, I want to point out, just very bad decor. This is awful. I don't know why you would want a bear on your wall facing the opposite direction. Like, make it into a statue or like a rug or something.
I can climb out through the broken window.
Okay, Alan, I'm just having fun. Sorry, didn't realize we couldn't do that.
The farm was still a good distance away. I'd need a car to get there fast.
Oh, but oh God. You know, I hate this in real life, and I hate it in this video game. Let's see. My neighbor used to, or one of my neighbors when I was a kid, when they bring back their hunt or whatever, they'd hang it up from the tree in their yard for like a day or something. It was awful. Anything in the loo? Nope, they won't even let me go in the bathroom. Bad game. Well, it's driving time.
If Barry wasn't up here, he was probably in trouble down at the farm. For a moment, I felt bad for doubting it. After all,
Initial D time.
Myself.
Wait.
It was Barry.
I swear, if I pick up this coffee cup mug thing and this tractor comes to life, I'm over the coffee cups. Stay dead, tractor. What's this way? Kick? No kick. Nice! Nice, nice, nice. Loot for Fuzzy. We are very well equipped now. Anything upstairs? Huh. Kind of figured there'd be like a manuscript page up here or something. Now we could take the little car, but I'm gonna stick with the truck. Also, what? I said the farm was the other way, but it's letting me drive up here, so I'm just gonna check it out. Is this where I get the secret entrance or secret ending where I just leave Barry? Like a glove. It's like that Firewatch game. Nice. Do I want the... How much shotgun ammo do I have? I only have 8. I think I will take the hunting rifle. Because there's probably a lot more than 8 here. Yeah. And it's like a one-shot kill most of the time.
Well, as I'm sure everyone's noticed, that storm we all felt coming is finally here. The boys at the Weather Service reckon it'll last until morning at the very least. Pertaining to that, let me read that missing persons alert again. The Sheriff's Department's still looking for a Caucasian woman, 30 years old, slim and blonde with blue eyes. She may be lost in the woods, and it's possible she's been injured in a car accident.
Is that my wife?
If you see her, please make sure you get her indoors and call the sheriff. It's bad weather to be caught out in, so if you see someone in the area who maybe looks a little confused, give him a hand, all right? This is Pat Maine on KBF FM, hoping you're all safe and warm.
Alright, I'm taking the car. Oh, hello. Stay back. Uh-oh. Stay back, Danny. Farm animals are not pets. This is the car you want when you're escaping. I know, right? Okay. Uh-oh. Gotten ourselves in a little situation. Going up. This is how land yachts are meant to be used. Is this our stop? Yep. All right. The driving physics in this game are really weird. We'll park her sideways. You never know when you're gonna need her. This better not come to life. Stay dead. Oh my god. No! I want my car! No! I want my car! We're leaving! Honestly though, in real life, I'd be out. Wow, I missed that guy. Oh god. Sir! Please. Oh, my car died? I needed the headlights. That's why I was taking it. Oh, now we're fucked. Damn, the car broke right when I finished. Alright, thing. Nice. Yeah, now it makes sense why enemies have sickles. I'm with you. Could really use the car now. I feel like I've wasted the car. I really want this guy to go away. Stop throwing hammers! Gotta practice. Alright, can we focus on Mr. Excavator now? Nope. Bye-bye. Oh my god! Not the axe. Right, so if this keeps happening, I have a feeling we're supposed to destroy this tractor first. Fuck, and I just wasted all my ammo and everything. Very good. Very good what I've done. I might just want to die, actually. Take me back to the checkpoint before I screwed this all up. Oh, that's way far back. Alright, well. Might be a blessing, actually.
Well, as I'm sure everyone's noticed, that storm we all felt coming is...
All roads lead to scary heavy equipment. I wish I could take the truck and the car. Maybe I'll drive back... Oh yeah, I forgot about these guys. Maybe if my car gets damaged, I'll just drive back. But I think if I had the car and triggered the heavy equipment, I could just sit there with the headlights on and destroy it. So that was the plan. But I ruined that plan. But now you know. I hit a rock. All plans are ruined. Alright, maybe I'll just try to hit less shit. This game has become GTA. There's one guy left, right? Yeah. Alright, so we activate the truck. Or we activate the farm equipment. Yeah, I can't drive through here. Okay. Yeah. Get all scary. I hate it. Have a flare. Don't. Hey, I think we blew it up with the car. This went much better. I don't know if the game was stuck in a loop before or I just Oh, God, let's go. They were walking up like some sort of like music video. We just have to make it to the light. Oh, fuck you. Stop throwing shit. I can't run anymore. There we go. Okay. We've made it to the farm. Not that I really want to be here. Is that a bottle rocket? Much bigger than a bottle rocket, but oh, lots of fireworks.
The brothers used to be some kind of rock stars, but it hadn't really sunk in until I saw this stage.
Oh God, I am fighting the dragon, aren't I?
Ow! Run! Incoming! There's too many of them!
Oh shit!
God damn!
The dragon's on our side.
I'm so glad you decided to go it alone, Mr. Bronson.
Shut up and shoot! Ow! We have to fight them all! I can set off more of the fireworks from here and help you out! Hey, Al, did you notice there's a lot of ammo and stuff around? This place is stocked! Al, hold on! I'm trying to get the stage lights on!
I mean, rest in peace. Ooh, heavy duty lantern. Rest in peace, DMCA.
Yes! Here we go!
This is cool.
Damn it! Goddamn turn of the century wiring! Hang on out! I'll get them working again, I promise!
Drop the flashbang! Gotta grab this coffee.
Yes! Stay in the light!
Nice. Alan is given one hell of a performance. I agree.
No! Why do you keep doing this to me? Please!
I hate you, jerk.
Al, please don't let me die. Although if I buy it, this is pretty much how I always wanted to go out. Al, this may be the most
want this pump action shotgun, please. Children of the Elder God, huh?
Oh, did I do this?
I'm gonna shoot Barry with a shotgun. Well, that was really cool. You have people throwing shit at performers like a real performance.
That was awesome!
That was pretty cool, Barry.
Great Falls, rock and roll capital of America.
This first thing Barry said that I actually agree with. I guess we'll keep the shotgun. Thank you, Dragon, for not requiring me to fight you. I appreciate it.
Hey, Al! This way to the farm!
Oh, Barry's got a flashlight now, too. Yeah, Barry can, he knows how to... Oh, God, it's the cardboard cutout.
Bestseller, no reason to
Barry,
Cutout's good as new, right?
put it away.
I'll come back for it once we have the place secured.
I don't want the cardboard cutout, Barry.
Worry all this time.
Freaking me out, man.
We need to get this thing moved out of the way.
This is as far as I got before they ambushed me.
Yeah, I see.
Hey, I think Alan Wake here has something to say.
Barry!
What's that, Al? Ooh, I'm Alan Wake.
Please.
I'm always right about everything, and if I don't get my way, I'll sulk all day long. I'm always intense and moody. It makes me very attractive and mysterious.
Barry, is this the time?
Right now, I'm just standing here because I need my best friend Barry to carry me. But that's okay. I can just take him for granted.
I think I see what you did there.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
You want me to do my imitation of Barry Wheeler? No? Thought so.
Well, I went all that way to not use the ladder, so that was something.
Wow! You look at that thing, Al! They really went all out with this Viking crap, didn't they?
They did.
Look at all this stuff. They must have done okay for themselves, so how come I never heard of these guys before?
And this from the guy who learned about Ozzy Osbourne through reality TV?
Sleep. We all spend a third of our dreams in a soft embrace, somewhere between.
Gotta watch the episode.
Hey, remember when I got you that gig? Your first real writing job. What got you started?
Barry, shut up.
Vice versa.
I'm watching this.
In Night Sports. Tonight's episode, The Dream of Dreams.
That's by someone else.
We join Mr.
Barry, I'm still gonna watch it.
The endless dreamscape, only to be brought to a sudden stop by a decidedly mundane situation.
I'm trying to get the thing to focus on it, but it's not working.
Hey, Jones, right? Listen, we're gonna have to wait until His Highness over there is good and ready. Oh, wow. Who's that? You don't know him? What are you, new? He's the guy dreaming us. Well, not just us.
Oh, it's a meta television story.
But wait, no. I'm the one who's dreaming. I'm asleep. Isn't this my dream?
Oh, yeah. Sure. Get real, pal. You're just another dream. I'm a dream. You're a dream. The weirdo in the diving suit is a dream. And the girl made of smiles and sunshine is definitely a dream.
But I'm pretty sure I'm dreaming this.
Well, maybe you're a really confused
It's
dream.
my dream.
Shrink? All I know is I'm going with the smart guys, and they say that's the guy doing the dreaming. Right there.
I don't know what that means.
It means we keep him happy. No sudden falls. We make sure he has his clothes on when he goes out in public. No chases where the monster is nipping at his heels and he runs like crazy, but his legs don't seem to get him anywhere. None of that. Because if he wakes up in a cold sweat...
Oh.
Yeah, precisely. So we wait till he wants to move on. Keep things nice and calm.
Hey, something's happening here.
A clock in a dream world.
What? Can't you hear that?
Oh, God help us, it's an alarm clock. Oh, it's you, isn't it? Please, man, I got a wife and kids. Please don't wake.
That was interesting. So every night he goes to sleep, creates a world, and then murders everyone in it. Such is the way of Night Springs.
It's 1976. Madness reigns at the Anderson farm. Contrary to all logic, the headiest ingredient of their moonshine is unfiltered water from Cauldron Lake. The Andersons feel like gods. Odin can't stop laughing. He contemplates cutting his eye out. Tor runs across the field.
Oh, he did it.
Shrieking, hammer in his hand, trying to catch lightning. Their songs have power. Something ancient is stirring in the depths, coming back.
Wait, did they bring it back in 76? It's just a whole bunch of creative people bringing back...
It looked imposing, almost like a battering ram.
So you're saying I need to use this as a battering ram, huh? The Old Gods of Asgard. 1975 Ragnarok tour to be awed by celestial wrath and fury. Going to Seattle, Bakersfield, Long Beach, New York City, Newark, Detroit, Jacksonville, Tampa, New Orleans, Baton Rouge. Seems like a normal tour schedule. Nothing mysterious. Outside sounds... Look... that, if you've ever been around hay bales, you know that is not how they typically move. What? Oh, God, hi. See, I think everything in this world is fake. It's all, Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, Bakersfield would be kind of different for a tour. I didn't shoot my revolver, did I? Nope. Planting crops is hard. Where'd he go? Did he jump back down? You figured it all out. That was the key.
I think we can make it through here, Al.
Barry, there's still a thing around here. I did not kill it. Also, that doesn't look very safe. This is a chicken coop? The one thing. Oh man, an old thresher? Can I just walk past this? It's not going to punish me? Okay. Oh, is this their tour bus? Oh, this is unideal. Seems like a good time for a flare gun. God, that was a good flare gun. And then I get spiked in the face. Ow. Barry ruining the game. Barry, what's funny about that, Vortica, is that Barry, this is the only time Barry has been here. Oh, that truck. Okay, there's something not scary about that truck. Can't quite put my finger on it. Barry, how'd you get in there? The game was all by yourself before the second half of this chapter. I don't know what Barry's doing. Well, let's go. Moonshine.
Wow! Those geezers had quite a production going on. Ooh, you know what, Al? If we make it through this alive, I'm gonna start representing them. Yep, sell this stuff online. Maybe
You realize they've got dementia, right, Barry?
Hey, you find us a way out of here, okay? I'm gonna take a closer look at this stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of moonshine. What did he kick? He does, yeah. No, and I'm not sure why they did it, other than maybe they think that 3 chapters of, or 2.5 chapters of terrifying darkness needs to be broken up with a little bit of comic relief. This chapter's definitely been a little bit lighter than the other ones. I mean, there's still been some scary shit, but... Is this Danny? Yes.
Keep your eyes open, okay?
Yes, Barry, we're fine. What am I... Gotta go up more, right? Yeah, yeah. It's interesting because, you know, I would normally say, well, the game gets broken up because, you know, I do it in 4-hour increments. But I don't know. They wouldn't expect a normal person to play the game all in one sitting, I don't think. So it'd still probably get broken up.
As you regular listeners know, I tend to work through the night, but I'm not the only one. Deputies Mulligan and Thornton are taking a couple of moments off their busy schedule to join me here in the studio. Boys, how busy are you now? Deerfest is almost here, isn't it? That keeps you...
I almost forgot about Deerfest.
Actually, Pat, we've been real busy with other stuff, which concerns an ongoing investigation. We can't talk about that, Thornton.
Then why are you on the radio?
We're just saying we got, other irons to fry.
And how would you compare your workload to last year's? Things have seemed relatively peaceful to me, but people do tend to get a little wild this time of year.
Oh, it's wild, Pat. It's pretty wild.
It's wild, Pat. Vandalism. Okay, yeah. I don't care about Deerfest. What am I here? I just realized I don't give a shit about Deerfest.
Usual stuff, Pat. Just, a lot more of it.
Oh, good. An elevator.
Or does Deerfest get wilder every year? People seem to be more drunk, at least, or they start earlier and younger.
I could see the building that had to be the Andersons' home.
Who puts the generator on the top story?
I wasn't worried about trusting the ramblings of two burned-out geriatric wrecks. They had the goods.
Oh god, it's a combine. Oh, don't come to life. Please. Please. Let me drive you. Don't. Please. God damn it.
Got to be kidding.
God. No. I am definitely dead. That was a cluster. Man. I hate this. No.
Got to be kidding me.
Alright, I should have reloaded that before. Yeah. So what we really need to do is we need those guys to show up. Ah, it's stuck. Nerd. This is why I kept my flares. Easy peasy. 65 billion cows and pigs in the world. Who would have thunk? Hi, Danny. Thanks for the farming facts. I appreciate it. They didn't expect me to keep the flares this whole time. Or the flare gun, that is. I gotta open the silo door for Barry. Tell Barry to open his own damn silo door. Wait, how do I... Oh, we have to go through where the, where Danny busted through. Nice.
Al? Is that you out there, buddy?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's me.
Come on.
Hey, let's go, man. I think we're gonna have to work together to open this gate, Al.
Oh, yeah?
Pretty heavy.
Oh, yeah? I feel like I could have done that by myself.
I think that's the farm on the other side of the field. We're almost there.
Barry,
This farm is a crazy place for crazy people.
did you see the sentient
Right at home then.
combine that attacked us? Or me? Hey, it's Valhalla.
Come on, one more gate. Do this thing.
I'm sure this chainsaw won't come into play. Old gods know the truth.
The lights are out. Guess we better check the fuse box.
The lights are out everywhere. There's never been lights in this game. There are fireworks on the floor. Is that you walking around, Barry?
The power downstairs was out, but I was sure I could fix that at the fuse box.
Yeah, Okay. Just looking around. You don't want me to look around first? A lot of coffee lately. Barry. Barry, move. Thank you.
You know, this place looks kind of lived in. I thought the Andersons were in the booby hatch.
They really like that term booby hatch, don't they?
Again.
If I would have heard it that way first, I would have realized the context.
I saw myself run toward the cabin, flashlight in my hand. I followed my past self. I was an out-of-body observer, a time traveler in a crazy drunken dream. This was the beginning. The night Alice had disappeared. The mystery of what had happened during the missing week was about to reveal itself.
I swear.
Let's get the lights on, huh?
This is not where normal people put fuses.
Can you hear that, Al? Music?
Of course. We need to find where it's coming from. That's the message the Andersons talked about. That's the whole reason we're here.
Lady of the Light? Oh, that's gotta be what's-her-face, the crazy lamp lady from the town.
Cynthia Weaver.
Right. Must be.
Find the lady of the light.
Okay.
We need to find Cynthia Weaver. We'll stay here for the night and head back to town as soon as it gets light.
Hey, Al. Lots of hours before dawn. Might as well get some rest. And by rest,
No, you want actual rest, Barry.
This is
Not drunk rest. Oh my god, this is a terrible idea.
I'm sorry about this. No, seriously, because I know we don't get along, but we're gonna find her, right? And even though you're a crazy bastard, I'm gonna stick by you, no matter what, ever, Al. Sure, like a brother.
I'm a writer, god damn it.
Correct.
If I just wanted to, I could write 10 books a year. And they'd be the best books that year.
No, you couldn't.
That's right, I couldn't. But I could, because I'm a writer.
What? What do they put in this stuff? I feel like my brain is coming out of my nose. I'm gonna get the recipe off those coots and
It's
be
the lake water.
a booze millionaire.
I just miss her, Barry. I just want her here with me.
I know, Al. I know. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna make it okay.
I don't know if I could ever sleep with the lights off. Also, why wouldn't you sleep on the beds upstairs? It's Ghost Me. I don't know, Chuckles. That's exactly what I was thinking. Like, I don't want to wake up the next morning and have a fucking hangover. Oh, I'm a disembodied camera.
Alice, I'm coming. It's all right. I'm coming.
It was a crazy drunken dream, and yet it was more than that. It was the truth, a suppressed memory unearthed by the Andersons' moonshine. I was there, an out-of-body observer. This was the night Alice and I had arrived at Bright Falls, the night Alice had disappeared.
The night Alice ran out of the cabin and jumped into the lake.
Being surprised to see the cabin dark. Alice would have never turned the lights off.
Yep, bye, Alice.
I remembered thinking I caught a glimpse of her form underwater, sinking into the darkness. Diving after her was the last vague memory I had of that night. After that, the next thing I could remember was waking up behind the wheel of the crash car and finding the first pages of the manuscript. I couldn't find her in all that blackness. I must have thought she drowned.
Alice!
And notice we're still wearing the same thing we've been wearing for a week and a half now. We gotta smell like a sewer at this point.
I'd been easy prey.
Look at the cabin. Is there someone in the window?
Alice?
Maybe she didn't drown after all. Maybe she's inside.
He just washed her in the lake.
Yes.
So, this lady tricked me into writing a story? If it was that easy, I wouldn't have to go on this vacation to begin with.
Dark presence had touched me. She had dug her nails into my brain and used me, made me her puppet.
If only.
She must be here somewhere. Maybe upstairs in the study.
Alice!
Yes, that's where she is. You can apologize.
Alice!
You'll laugh.
Alan, you're the dumbest smart person I've ever met.
Alice?
Alice, you in here?
She's not here. You were foolish to think so.
This lady's not holding back punches.
No, no, no!
It's your fault your wife is dead. You are guilty. All she wanted was to help you right. You killed her. Oh, hush. There's still hope. Cauldron Lake is a special place. Here, you have the power to change things. She wanted you to write. I will tell you what to do.
I write a really short story, maybe even a haiku. Just be like, my wife did not drown.
You can
She
write
is
her
here.
back. The story will come true, and all will be well again.
She had Alice, and the manuscript was the ransom for her. Yes. All right. I'll fix it. I'll bring her back.
Don't look at me.
No. I wrote it. I remembered it all now. In the dark, I'd written for days, a week, almost a complete manuscript of a novel entitled Departure. Jagger had been my editor, whispering in my ear, making sure that the unfolding story would make her more and more powerful. I thought I was saving Alice. Even with the cobwebs she put in my head, some part of me had been aware enough to write my escape into the story, to bring a light into the cabin to release me before I could finish, to interrupt the horror story before the ending, where darkness consumed everything and everyone. Zane was weak and far away, but I had written him into the story, and his light had been enough to set me free.
It isn't here now. I'm here because it was written. I brought the light to sin.
Why did he write a submarine man into his story?
I'm here. It will be back soon. It stole the skin of my barber a long time ago. She looks so old.
He just wrote a submarine man in.
I'd woken up, confused and groggy, my mind consumed by darkness and fear. All I could do was to escape.
Yeah, Big Daddy, I just finished BioShock. Before I played this game, actually, oddly enough.
I was barely conscious and fading fast.
Plus, you haven't eaten or drank anything for like a week.
It had to have cost Zane terribly. thrown him even deeper into whatever dark place he now haunted. But he had managed to weaken the dark presence, kept me safe that night.
Kind of. Maybe he had just played BioShock before this.
I wrote it. It's my fault.
That's right, James Joyce. It's your fault, and you're gonna pay for
God, it's Nightingale. Call me James Joyce. Alright, guys, that is where I'm gonna end it. Thanks for watching, everybody.